Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous hilltops of California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last. Free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Amen. He made those white people feel good. I'm so proud of him. Just like his daddy raised him, probably. Dan, I don't know where Snake is. I'm sure he'll wake up and scramble to get on. He probably passed out. he put the phone down, went to the bathroom, and fell asleep.
He's probably has his head in the toilet Jesus, we should check on them.
Hey, 808s and fuckery. Is that Zebco 808? It's a pretty good stage name there. Yeah. I'm sure Solid Snake will be along at some point. And if not, we wish him a good night. He probably needs to sleep. So, anyway, I do have a bunch of news articles. Like, I went ahead and just decided to, since I'm criticized so often for doing nothing but pop the balloon, I stacked it with news articles. And as a matter of fact, I've been playing around with OBS, another streaming software. Thinking about pre-recording all the news. That way, it's already pre-recorded, and I don't get disturbed by the Solid Snakes and the 12th Men of the world. So, what's good with you, Virgo? Anything happened between the last stream and this?
Other than happy again, no. Just
Happy?
had a yeah,
You just ran.
happy.
What happened today? Were you on the stream?
Well, of course, she was going in, and
Oh, you
me.
were on the stream, or were you just listening?
I was listening, and then I jumped on because I Stanley, I live for the drama. This is just right? This is just the last bit of my life left. Please, just give me some good old drama. Let me laugh.
Yeah, it's gonna be Tyrone. They're gonna be nice and fat come next fall.
So yeah, but other than that, it was a tough day at work. And I'm already missing like a day. Yeah, because I worked Saturday, and then.
Well, you're taking Sunday. This Friday off, right?
Oh no, we decided I'm not gonna take this Friday off, so I'm gonna take Valentine's Day off. So me and Mr. Virgo can have a.
He said, "We need your ass at work on Friday. Where are you going?"
No, not me and the job. Me and Mr. Virgo.
Oh.
Yeah, decided for me not to take this Friday off. But to take next Friday.
You're gonna be right here washing hubcaps.
So we can have a nice Valentine's Day.
Yeah, well, think of me. I'm gonna be all lonely on Valentine's Day.
Oh, Stanley! Oh, come on!
Well, don't do that. Really. My wife and I never celebrated it anyway. We weren't.
Yeah, we really don't celebrate it either. We're not gonna like do anything big. We're just gonna go have lunch together. That's it. We're not exchanging gifts.
We did go out to dinner once.
Oh, I don't like to go out to dinner because it's just unless you have reservations. And we're trying not to spend that much money.
Right.
But we're just gonna do like a lunch, just go to a local mom and pop restaurant, and then we're gonna come back home and play some games and just kind of like hang out. Well,
if I remember, my son was born in June, so. I think it was a new restaurant, and we hadn't really even gone anywhere for like months. So my father-in-law kept the baby so we could go out. And we went to this new restaurant, and the damn food was salty. I was so annoyed. I almost didn't pay the bill.
You almost dine and dash.
As a matter of fact. Well, no, I relish. I have to tell you this story. I'm notoriously hard on restaurants. I don't play that shit. If I'm going to come in here and spend money and good money, I'm gonna get, I'm gonna have the experience. Years
Right.
ago, this was a first date. I took this girl out. Told you about this girl who was from the projects, and she and I met at a club. Um, and my friends were always trying to get me to come out to this club, and I wasn't working at the time because I was on. I'd had a hip operation, so I wasn't. I was convalescing. So they talked me into going out to this club, in Savannah. The club's down on Bull Street. Sunday night is the big night. Like everybody kind of cutting loose after church. So anyway, that's how I met this girl. So we go out on a first date, and I'm thinking, oh, fancy restaurant and all this. So we get to the restaurant, we order a glass of wine and an appetizer while we're waiting for the food. And, she and I got to talk. And so time kind of passed. Finally, I look at my watch and I'm like, well, where the hell's the food? It's been like 40 minutes. So I called the
Oh.
waitress over and I'm like, well, what's up? Where's the food? She's like, oh, well, we're having problems with the stove. We're down to one burner and this, that, and the other. So I'm like, well, as a matter of fact, I think we might have even ordered a second glass of wine. It was so long. So anyway, I told the waitress, and I was good. I didn't fuss at the waitress. I just said, "Ma'am, would you please bring the manager over? I'd like to speak with him or her." So manager gets over, and I told her, you know what? Um, this should have been told to us when we first got here. That way we could
Hmm.
have made the decision whether we want to hang out and drink wine and wait for the food or go somewhere else. Oh, I'm sorry,
Hmm.
sir. So you know what? I got up, put the coat on my girlfriend. We start walking out. So the manager comes running up behind. Will serve the bill. Turned around to her and I go, you know what? I'm not paying for this. We got here. Y'all didn't tell us what was going on. And I sat here for 40 minutes. And you know what? I had to come to you. I'm not going to pay for this. Walked out.
Oh shit,
So
Stanley, you gangster.
my girlfriend was in. Well, she was kind of impressed, but she was also kind of terrified. It's like she
I
didn't
would
know
be too.
because she did not know I was like that. She thought I was just some nerd. And I'm like, hey, don't let the tweed fool you.
Oh, you
I will
had the
get at
tweed jacket on, didn't
I
you?
had the tweed jacket on. It's like, it's like, it's like, ma'am, I was waiting for her to like call the cops or some bullshit because I
Right.
was gonna go off. It's like, dude, you better find the owner of this motherfucker because he's gonna hear it. Well, it would have been fine even if they had called the cops. They weren't gonna do shit. So
No, at
for
that point,
various reasons.
it's a
Oh no,
a,
no,
a
no, no.
civil case.
The cops would have known who I was. It wouldn't have been a problem. It would have been worked out.
Jeez.
He
Oh my god.
he waits until the third date to put tariffs on his girl.
Oh Lord.
You know what? I kind of I kind of feel my way to it. It's never any pressure. All right, so first news story because we got a few of them. Um, Trade war heats up after Trump orders tariffs and Canada retaliates. This is kind of an old story, but I'm going to play it anyway.
Hmm.
If you've heard, the tariffs on Canada have been put off for 30 days because Trump and Trudeau talked today. But Canada was like, oh shit, we're going to slap 25% tariffs on you. I was kind of impressed. They're like, fuck you, Trump. We're going to
Is
go
that
tit for
for
tat.
if is that for import and export?
It's imports, but
Okay.
they were gonna slap tariffs on what we export to Canada. So the whole
Okay.
thing's off for 30 days with Mexico and Canada.
Oh wow.
Canada and Mexico and Trump. What's her name? I forget her name. They talked immediately, like over the weekend. Trudeau was like saber rattling. So I'm going to go ahead and play this, even though it's a little time late.
Trade war heats up after Trump orders tariffs and Canada retaliates. This article is by Martina Steves Gridniff, Keith Bradsher, and Susan Hopkins, and read by an automated voice. Follow live updates on Trump's tariff orders. The United States and its biggest trading partners were hurtling on Sunday into a new era of protectionism as Canada, Mexico, and China said they would adopt countermeasures against new tariffs levied by President Trump. From honey to tomatoes and from clothes to toilet bowls, a wide range of American goods that cross the border into Canada, worth more than $100 billion, will soon be hit with a 25% tariff. "We don't want to be here," Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said in a somber televised address from Ottawa on Saturday night in which he spoke of the deep bonds between the neighbors. "We didn't ask for this." On Sunday, China said it would take corresponding countermeasures to firmly safeguard its rights and interests. It also said it would take legal action at the World Trade Organization. And in a video released on Sunday, President Claudia Sheinbaum of Mexico said that she would unveil the first steps of her government's so-called Plan B plan on Monday if an agreement with the United States could not be reached. Ms. Sheinbaum earlier warned of retaliatory tariff and non-tariff measures. The policy announced by Mr. Trump on Saturday hit Canada and Mexico with tariffs of 25% on all goods, with a carve-out for Canadian energy and oil exports. Those are to be taxed at 10%. He also placed a 10% tariff on Chinese goods. He also ordered an end to the ability of Americans to buy up to $800 of goods per day from each country without paying tariffs. It was a blow to the giant businesses that online companies like Temu and Shein have built by shipping directly from factories in China to American homes, bypassing American retailers. The levies are to go into effect just after midnight on Tuesday and will be added on top of existing tariffs. The removal of duty-free treatment for small shipments from all three countries means that their buyers will have to start paying not only the new tariffs, but all the other many tariffs that have accumulated over the years on clothing and other consumer goods. Mr. Trump defended the tariffs on Sunday, while acknowledging that they could have repercussions. "Will there be some pain? Yes, maybe, and maybe not," he said in an early morning social media post. Mr. Trump has said that the tariffs are intended to reduce the flow of the deadly opioid fentanyl over the border, as well as of migrants. The traffic of both people and illegal drugs from Canada is, however, very small. If there is economic pain, he suggested, it will be worth it. When Mr. Trump imposed tariffs on China during his first term in the White House, some studies found that part of the cost was passed on to American consumers. Suppliers in China also cut their prices in many cases to offset part of the cost of the tariffs. Most Republicans in Congress have stayed silent or praised Mr. Trump's tariffs, even as their constituents express anxiety about rising prices. Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky, the rare Republican who regularly criticizes the president, was once again an exception. "Tariffs are simply taxes," he said on social media. Conservatives once united against new taxes. Taxing trade will mean less trade and higher prices. If other Republicans share Mr. Paul's belief that the economy may take a hit, they kept it to themselves. Ohio is open for business and will roll out the red carpet for any company manufacturing in America, Senator Bernie Moreno, Republican of Ohio, wrote on social media. Party leaders, too, were falling into line. "I support what the president's doing," the number 2 Republican in the Senate, John Barrasso of Wyoming, said Sunday on Fox News. "We need to get rid of the fentanyl. We need to tell China as well as Mexico as well as Canada to get the fentanyl out of our country." Democrats spent the weekend hammering the message that Mr. Trump was responsible for making life in America more expensive. "In one reckless move," said Representative Gabe Vasquez, Democrat of New Mexico, "the president just raised the price you pay for gas, the truck you drive to work, a computer for your small business, and everything at the grocery store, from avocados to tequila." It was uncertain how much success China might find at the World Trade Organization, which has lost much of its ability to handle such legal challenges since the United States began blocking the appointment of judges to it in Mr. Trump's first term. The WTO's appellate body lost judges as their terms expired and has not been able to form a quorum to hear cases since the end of 2019. The organization can still form panels to compile reports on the merits of cases, but reports can no longer go to the appellate body for a legally binding decision. When Mr. Trump imposed tariffs on Chinese goods during his first term, China responded each time with tariffs on American exports. But because China sells far more to the United States than it buys, it quickly ran out of goods to put tariffs on. Last month, American law enforcement officials called for an end to the duty-free shipments from China, which they blamed for allowing considerable quantities of fentanyl and related supplies into the United States, because the shipments receive little or no inspection by customs agents. In a statement on Sunday, China's Ministry of Commerce urged the United States to view and handle its fentanyl and other issues in an objective and rational manner, rather than threatening other countries with tariffs. The Foreign Ministry defended China's record on the issue, saying it had led the world when it imposed stringent regulations on fentanyl-related substances in 2019. The true cause of the epidemic of fentanyl deaths in the United States, China has argued, is an American failure to curb drug addiction, not the large-scale production or export by China of chemicals used mainly by illegal labs in Mexico to make the drug. Ms. Sheinbaum, the Mexican president, took a similar stance on Sunday. If they want to act, she said, they should not set their sights on Mexico, but on their own country, where they have done nothing to stop the illegal sale of this and other drugs. Ms. Sheinbaum said she was still awaiting Mr. Trump's response to her offer to establish a working group of security and health officials from both countries to tackle the fentanyl problem. In announcing the new Canadian tariffs on Saturday, Mr. Trudeau addressed Americans directly, saying that the U.S. tariffs on Canadian goods would harm them too. This is a choice that, yes, will harm Canadians, but beyond that, it will have real consequences for you, the American people, he said. As I have consistently said, tariffs against Canada will put your jobs at risk, potentially shutting down American auto assembly plants and other manufacturing facilities. The Canadian provinces of Ontario and Nova Scotia announced that they would pull American beer, wine, and spirits from government-owned liquor stores. The Liquor Control Board of Ontario imports about 1 billion Canadian dollars, about $690 million, worth of U.S. products each year. One Canadian province took a more targeted approach, singling out areas of the United States where support for Mr. Trump's policies has been especially strong. In British Columbia, the Premier, David Eby, announced that the province would stop sales of alcohol produced in red states. Annie Carney contributed, reporting from Washington, Ian Austin from Windsor, Ontario, and James Wagner from Mexico City.
Any thoughts on that? I actually was thinking the same thing. This is actually a little bit more than just the fentanyl. There's a comment
Sorry,
that
stepped
Trump
away for
made.
a second.
It's all right.
Sorry.
Trump made a comment specifically about Canada, something along the lines of the first priority is to deal with the trade imbalance. And then he moved on to the fentanyl and the immigration stuff. I am actually interested in what Trump is doing about internal stuff. Because, I mean, there's a demand for this fentanyl and all this stuff. I really haven't heard or haven't paid attention to what what his domestic response to deal with the demand side of this. So, I understand. I think it's a good thing to go and get Canada and Mexico's attention about the fentanyl. But if it's that big a deal, why is he putting this off for 30 days?
Yeah.
I have some issues where he patting America on the back like a little child. Little Johnny little Johnny, telling the teacher little Johnny could never do anything wrong is bullshit. There is a demand for this stuff, and I'd like to know what his domestic policy is on the consumption of fentanyl and that sort of thing. But it's early days yet. Um, Trump pauses tariffs on Mexico, plans to speak later to Canadian leader. I've already said that basically I put together most of this earlier in the day. He's paused the Canadian tariffs for 30 days. Haven't heard anything about China. So let's see.
But here's the thing, Stanley. Like, what? Okay, I'm uneducated on what do we get from Canada?
Well, maple syrup. There's some car
Okay,
manufacturing sort of stuff up there. I think we do get some oil. Um,
which we
I
have
can
enough of our
go.
own that actually we can use. But
No, 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 no. Oil doesn't work that way. That's the thing that that's the thing these guys bamboozle Americans
mhm,
on.
mhm.
There are different qualities and grades of oil. The
Okay,
type of
got you.
oil, the type of oil that America produces, most of it gets exported because we don't have the right type of oil for our refineries to work with. We have to import some of that. So, there are oils that are dirtier and take more processing than other types. So oil is a world market. Okay, we can outproduce every other country on earth by twice, and we're still going to be importing oil because our refineries, the one, two, or three, whatever the number is, it's not many of them. They have to have a certain type of grade of oil to process. So they're not telling you that part. Okay, we couldn't just shut down and put a wall around America and be okay with the oil we've got without making some, sinking some dollars into refining it. I don't know
Okay,
why
okay.
that. I don't know why that never gets put out. And the person to talk to about it is Ryan. He actually understands all that stuff, and probably Master Kim would too.
Oh,
So
okay, okay.
it's not as easy. Oil independence, they're bullshitting you. There is no such thing as oil independence.
So can't we just barter
Well,
on
that's
what
what
we
we do. It's a
tariff?
barter with who?
Um, okay, let's just say you want my chickens, right? Just for argument's sake. And you're very scarce on chickens, right? So I can put a tariff on, or you put a tariff on chickens, right? And let's just say I need your cows.
If you're importing them, yeah. Well, I tell you, the best example is actually fruits and vegetables coming from Mexico. Okay,
Right, and the yeah, yeah.
we don't grow like avocados. I'm sure they get grown probably in California mostly, maybe some in Florida and other places, but most of
Hmm.
our avocados come from Mexico. So I don't know what we trade. I don't think we actually do a barter, but I'm sure somehow or another it all works out. But all
Hmm.
kinds of fruits and vegetables come from Mexico, especially avocados. So,
Because I wouldn't put a tariff on something that I can just put the legwork into, growing it here. You understand what I'm
yeah,
saying?
but I mean, avocado, it takes years for fruit trees. I mean, if we wanted to just
Yeah,
become self sustaining with stuff like avocados, good luck with that. It'll be a
yeah,
few
and
years before we're
exactly,
self-sustaining.
exactly.
Let
And
me
I can
see.
definitely understand that because even, God, I'm gonna talk about my mango tree again. You know,
How is your mango tree? Did it actually get cut down?
uh, some of it was because some of it fell on the roof. Um,
Hmm.
but I don't know what it's going to produce in season, which season is about to come up in, I believe, late April, around May. And the problem with like I can grow mangoes here, so I wouldn't have to, let's just say I was a sole proprietor. I wouldn't have to
Mhm.
put tariffs on, importing mangoes because I can grow my own mangoes. But now here's the problem. There are certain mangoes that
Do
just
you eat
won't
that
grow
many
in
mangoes?
Florida. No, 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 no. I'm just like, for argument's sake, I'm just saying that there's certain strands of mangoes that won't grow here in Florida. You have to absolutely get it from the Caribbean. And that's the kind of mangoes that I'm used to and I like. And I've noticed for quite a few years, we're not getting the Caribbean mangoes anymore. And I'm seeing why now. Like, I'm starting to understand why now. You know, we get those, and I don't know the names of the strands, but we get those mangoes that are green, and then when they fall off the tree, they turn like a reddish color or whatever. But I'm used to the yellow mangoes, the Caribbean mangoes. Oh, those mangoes are the best. And I just can't
Right.
grow that here in Florida. I cannot. It just it never it never produces fruit. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the soil. I don't know.
Let's see. I'm responding to badass. Um, what was I gonna say?
But yeah, but we grow a lot of stuff here in Florida, which is very good. Like we have tomatoes out here, um, and we have corn,
Well, yeah. The problem is,
oranges.
do we produce enough of it? And the labor costs in America cost more than it
That
would
is
in
true.
Mexico. I mean, the whole reason. I mean, this is the weird thing with immigration and this tariff thing. The whole reason we're growing all this stuff down in Mexico is it was cheaper to, it was better, a better cost benefit to have it grown in Mexico and shipped into the U.S. I mean, there are all kinds of things we could grow here, but
Hmm.
businesses offshore all these jobs and everything because it's cheaper. They don't want to pay
Hmm.
American wages. Americans don't want
Exactly.
to pick fruit, but to make it worth their while to pick fruit, you would have to pay, you know, exorbitant wages.
But here's the
So,
thing too. Here's the thing too. This is why I support like local farmers markets and um markets that sell stuff that's locally grown. And yes, even if you do that, which I do, which helps a little bit, but still, who are the ones coming there to pick it? It's the migrants.
right.
Let's be honest. Like I go to this store called Detweiler's, and it's owned by they're not Amish, but they're Mennonites.
Hmm.
And everything and every produce in their store, like you won't
Did you
find
say Fred Meyers?
Detweilers.
Detweilers, okay.
Hmm. So let's just say corn. There's certain there's certain times you won't find corn uh at their store. There's certain times you won't find watermelon. There's certain times you won't find certain things because everything is seasonal.
Right.
And
And it should be
it's
that way.
yeah, and it's locally grown. Like right now, March is coming up, and strawberries is about to be, oh my god. Strawberries are going to be everywhere here in Florida right now. We even have the strawberry festival in Plant City. you know.
Oh yeah, well, that's funny. There was a strawberry festival I used to go to up in, I think it was Suffolk, Virginia.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, strawberry. Shoot, there's Virginia's actually fairly famous for strawberries and blueberries and apples. But again, we don't produce enough for the whole
Hmm.
country, and the prices would be exorbitant. Getting those the
Yeah,
strawberries and all that stuff from Mexico is just cheaper. And I
it's
know,
cheaper.
I
Yeah.
know, for instance, because every now and again, I'll get avocados to make guacamole, and all those Haas avocados. I think they're from Mexico. But anyway,
Yeah.
um,
And
um,
even if you don't
there's
do,
an
even if you,
article. There's an article I have here specific to Georgia,
hmm
talking about how tariffs would impact Georgia. So we may
hmm
get an idea of at least what Georgia is going to be affected by.
hmm and I was about to say, even if you don't do livestock, I truly believe in when we get back into the house and stuff like that. I truly believe you should try to at least grow your own produce. Even if it's something small, maybe grow your own peppers, grow some onions, like try something easy, grow some herbs, and I don't know. To me, it's worth it,
Everyone should do it. I mean, I did it when my son was young just because it was something to do in the summertime.
Yeah.
Um,
Can
and
I
believe
ask a question though? Can
it
I
is.
ask a question
Hold
though?
on, hold on one sec.
I don't
It is.
care.
It is very satisfying to grow your own tomatoes and peppers and
Oh,
stuff like
absolutely.
that. I mean, it probably just tastes better because because you produced it.
Mm-hmm. And you put your love into it. You nurtured it, and you know
Well,
what?
not
In the
only
winter
that, but
time,
the other thing
Hell
people do
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what
is
I'm saying, Virgo.
these
Stanley, why you
heirloom.
wasn't here last night? I just want to ask. I'm just asking
oh
a
Uh,
question.
Jesus, solid.
yeah,
I
I
want to
knew I
know
was.
why you didn't show up for work last night. That's all I want to know.
Now, you do know I don't get paid for this, other than the
Well,
odd
I
cash.
don't get paid for
Everybody,
this, but goddamn, Stanley, we got a job to do.
speaking of
Solid. This
which,
is not CVS.
you might as well make your commercial announcements.
Jesus Christ.
Um,
Everybody hit the like button.
There you go. There
Let's
you
show
go.
some love for the channel. You know what I'm saying?
You
I
asked
ain't
for it,
gonna lie,
Stanley.
man. I'm so mad. I missed everybody last night. I was doing my thing on my little phone, playing my game. And when I jumped on the stream, wasn't nobody on the stream. And that was night before last, so I'm kind of ticked because I think we need to be here every night streaming 24 hours a day. We don't get paid for this. So please hit the link, hit the cash app, show some love to Stanley motherfucking ass, and give him some fuck you money. $2 a day for Stanley ratchet ass. Don't want to come to
no,
work. My bad, Stanley. I ain't mean like that. I ain't mean like that, Stanley.
I'll take it.
Stanley,
I
you
will
don't want
take
to
it.
come to work, Stanley.
Stanley, I want to come to work. Talking about we don't get paid. What the hell? Man, let me tell you something, Stanley. Stanley, you got one of the greatest fan bases in the world.
Yeah,
When
okay.
your girl
Tell me,
jumped on
tell
that
me that.
panel with HB today, no, let me tell you, Stanley, I was watching. Hey, man, when your girl Happy jumped on that panel with HB today, now you got Virgo here, and then you got Happy. Man, I ain't finna fight with damn one of them women. I'm sorry, both of them, they got razor blades on them, Stanley.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm happy jumping on in the morning. It must have been early in the morning. Sometimes she'll
I
do a
think she
show.
made. I think she
She must
made
have
John
ran
and
out of
D.
crack.
Dave mad though. You missed that one, Stanley. That's
Good,
what you ought to play.
good.
Oh yeah. She. Oh man, I'm gonna tell you something, Stanley. Man, that good. That she real. She ready. I don't know what the hell going on with her and Virgo, but as we was talking about later on this evening, man, we family. I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, this is our house, man.
Now, see,
And Stanley,
Papa, she wasn't.
you need to be at home sometime. Don't get out the bed, man. Don't
Hey,
sleep
as
all day.
far as I'm concerned, I can only imagine what she did to be brave.
Oh no. She ready to tear that nigga a new asshole. Man, I like, ooh. I said, yeah, this what a Stanley protege is right here.
She
I'm
she
glad.
did she did run Ignat off though, Stanley. I'm not gonna lie. I'm
Again?
not
Oh,
even
you
gonna
ran
lie.
that
Are you talking
motherfucker
about
to
you're talking about
the
the
head.
other night?
No, today.
No, this morning too.
Oh, I have never seen Ignat like that. She just took him apart. I
And
was
then
Hey,
and then
man.
Ignat got so upset about it that he
Oh,
jumped
dude.
off and then came back today and started with the Andy guy. And I had to
yeah,
tell Ignat myself. I said, you got your little feelings hurt today. So now you're just gonna jump on this guy for no reason.
Yep.
I mean, and Andy ended up
Every
being
dude,
a
I give
weirdo, but
Andy his props.
in the beginning he was not.
yeah. Well, he's getting higher and higher, I guess.
Yeah, he was steady hitting that power. I mean, it's like, I ain't gonna lie, man. It's like, I don't want, that's why I wanted to stay away from the channel because I thought I was pretty toxic. Because every time somebody come over to the channel, they want to debate, they want to argue. Why can't we just have a stable conversation? And I know that's my
Well,
fault because
I
that's what
figure
I
it's
do.
like I figure it's like chickens trying to do a pecking order. They just they just need to
But they
figure out
don't
where
know
they.
you the king motherfucking rooster. They don't know that. They don't know that. I know you the king rooster.
Oh,
I'm
I'm
just a
not.
motherfucker.
I
Yeah,
have I
damn
have
lie.
I have no desire to be. It's
Damn
just
lie, Stanley. Damn lie. Damn
no.
lie.
It's
Stanley,
just
you did what you did. Stand on it. Stand 10 toes
it's
down,
just.
Stanley.
Oh, I stand 10 toes down on my politics. The
Now,
rest
my
of it, I
problem
don't really
was the
care that much
other day
about.
with King Nostradamus or whatever the fuck his name,
Oh,
Afrodamus.
fuck Afrodamus.
No. You backed off. You backed off. See, Stanley, I got a meme about me because I was getting off on a nigga ass on T Channel. I ain't backing down when you bring your ass in my house and you disrespect my motherfucking
Well,
residence of my home.
the thing
I'm
is he
gonna
didn't.
beat your ass out of here.
No,
And
hold
you
on,
know for backing up.
hold on. It was John. He was John's guest. He wasn't.
So okay,
Well,
okay. But
I
Stanley,
mean,
Stanley,
I'm only gonna
I
go
get
so
it. I
far.
get it. I get it. And I
It's
was
not.
on
It's
HB side because you did go off the rails a little bit. Because in
Oh
my opinion,
no. You
you
know
should have
what?
let the
You
interview
know
happen.
what? If it had been my channel, I would have gone all the way. But I mean, it's not my channel.
I wish I knew his channel. I'd bring him back over here.
Oh, by the way, I do have a channel now.
Yeah, you
Let me.
do.
I always forget about it. Let's. I'll drop that at some point. I'll drop it in there. Let me move on to this next story.
For China,
What do
Trump's
we
moves bring
have
pain,
to,
but also
Stanley?
potential
Do we
gain.
have to? Can we
This
wait?
article is by David
We got the
Pearson.
whole
No,
night,
I got.
Stanley. We got
Hey,
the rest of
I
the
got.
night.
I got about 5 more news stories to get through here, and then I've got two
And we got
videos.
12 hours to do them, Stanley. We got 12 hours. We can
No,
do those
we
stories
don't.
at
No,
any time.
I don't plan on staying up for 12 hours. I plan on, what time is it now? I probably won't go later than 2 o'clock.
Oh, man, why you do
No,
this?
those. You know what? Those days are over. Unless the spirit really hits me, I'm not gonna do 12 hours. For what? I mean, I'm
Well,
sure at some point, because the other day I did an 11-hour show, but I was in the mood and had the energy to do it. But once Portia comes back, I'll move back to the 2 o'clock slot, and then I'll go from there. But I'm kind of stretching my hours a little bit, and the older you get, it's kind of tough to change shifts like that. But anyway, let's get the.
there
I
ain't
want to
nothing
do
wrong
this.
with this, man. I want
I
to
want to
fuck
do.
it.
I want to do this story on the China tariffs because
Oh,
China's going to
you're doing
be
tariffs.
what?
I said, you're doing tariffs. What do you know
Right.
about the tariffs?
Well, I know that Mexico and the Trump has delayed both Mexico and Canada's tariffs for 30 days.
Well, he's about to tell you, Solid, if you be quiet.
But China is a different story. See, Canada and Mexico are subordinates. Okay,
Yeah.
China is a peer. You're not gonna fuck around with China that much because they will make it hurt. They can do just about what we can do, and I want to see how China handles it.
Keith Bradsher and Sway Lee Wee, and read by an automated voice. As President Trump was locked in a war of words with the leader of Colombia over the military deportation of migrants, China's ambassador to Colombia declared that relations between Beijing and Bogota were at their best moment in decades. Zhu
Bogota.
Jingyang, the ambassador, later said that it was a coincidence that he posted his comment on social media last week, a day after Mr. Trump said he would slap tariffs on Colombia. But the public outreach suggested that Beijing saw an opportunity to strengthen its hand in the high-stakes superpower rivalry between China and the United States. 2 weeks into the second Trump administration, Mr. Trump's aggressive America First foreign policy holds both promise and peril for Beijing. The perils have always been clear: more tariffs and the risk of a wider trade war. This weekend, Mr. Trump imposed an additional 10% tariffs on goods imported from China, saying the tariffs were a response to China's failure to curb fentanyl exports. He could answer any retaliation from China with even higher levies. But even as Beijing calculates the impact of the tariffs on China's weak economy, it is surely also taking stock of the openings that Mr. Trump's other moves are giving China. Mr. Trump has alienated U.S. allies and partners like Canada and Mexico by imposing steep tariffs on their exports. He has weakened America's global authority by cutting foreign aid and withdrawing from the World Health Organization and the Paris Agreement, a UN climate pact. If the second Trump term marks the sunset of Pax Americana, analysts say China will almost certainly use the opportunity to try to reshape the world in its favor. Beijing, which has long accused Washington of using its dominance to contain China's rise, has tried to drive a wedge between the United States and its allies, including the European Union, Japan, and Australia. The Chinese are well aware of the damage Trump has done and is doing to U.S. credibility and influence globally. In fact, it is unfolding faster than even Beijing expected, said Evan S. Medeiros, a professor of Asian Studies at Georgetown University, who served as an Asia advisor to President Barack Obama. Mr. Trump's threats to take the Panama Canal and Greenland, as well as to annex Canada as America's 51st state, could normalize a world order in which might makes right. That is an approach that is familiar to Beijing, even if Chinese officials rhetorically maintain that it will never seek hegemony or expansion. If the United States strong-arms Panama over its crucial waterway or forces Denmark to give up the resource-rich territory of Greenland, it sends a signal to China that when it comes to its own claims to the self-governing island of Taiwan and much of the South China Sea, coercion trumps cooperation. China was certainly never going to give up Taiwan or the South China Sea, but with President Trump doing what he's doing, China is even more determined to safeguard its interests there, that's for sure, said Henry Weiyao Wang, president of the Center for China and Globalization in Beijing. Mr. Wang said China has been encouraged by the first 2 weeks of the new administration, despite the tariffs and appointment of hawkish advisors such as Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Michael Waltz, the National Security Advisor. Rather than coming out aggressively to confront China, Mr. Trump has presented himself as someone willing to negotiate and potentially cut a deal with Xi Jinping, China's leader. Mr. Trump has floated the idea of tying tariffs to the fate of TikTok, which he has said should be half owned by an American company. Another potential area for deal making is Ukraine. Mr. Trump has said China should help end Russia's war in the Eastern European country. China, as Russia's biggest provider of economic and material support, could conceivably pressure President Vladimir Putin to come to the negotiation table. Trump wants China's help to end the war in Ukraine, Mr. Wang said. China is one of the best partners for him to do that. But with so many competing interests, cooperation would be difficult. China has avoided criticizing Russia's invasion of Ukraine, for example, taking the position that Russia has a right to protect its national security. Ukraine will not accept China as a peace broker because of China's pro-Russian position, said Shi Yinheng, an international relations professor at Renmin University in Beijing. Mr. Putin, on the other hand, will not want to look subordinate to China, he said, while Mr. Trump has no real stomach to see China lauded for playing a significant role. On the issue of tariffs, Beijing has to decide if it can afford to escalate a trade war with the United States. On Sunday, it vowed to respond to Mr. Trump's tariffs by filing a case with the World Trade Organization and with countermeasures to be specified later. Beijing could hit back with tariffs. A more drastic approach would be for China to engage in supply chain warfare, halting shipments to the United States of materials and equipment critical to U.S. industry. In early December, China stopped the export to the United States of minerals like antimony and gallium, which are needed to manufacture some semiconductors. The risk to China is that a trade war would be more damaging to itself than it would be for the United States. Exports and the construction of factories to make them are among the few strengths now in China's economy. As a result, China's trade surplus, the amount by which its exports exceeded imports, reached almost $1 trillion last year. China has also not yet said how it will respond to a potentially farther-reaching provision in the fine print of Mr. Trump's executive order on Saturday. The elimination of duty-free handling for packages worth up to $800 per day for each American. Factories all over China in recent years to e-commerce shipments directly to American homes so as to bypass the many tariffs collected on clothing and other goods that are imported and sold through American stores. In the race for global influence, some argue that the Trump administration's move to freeze most foreign aid, which has disrupted aid programs around the world, has already benefited China. In regions like Southeast Asia, where attitudes toward the United States have hardened because of Washington's support for Israel in the Gaza war, the halt in funding has raised questions about American reliability. China needs to do nothing in the meantime, and yet somehow, net-net, look like the good guy in all of this, said Jeremy Chan, a senior analyst on China at the Eurasia Group. Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican of South Carolina, defended the importance of soft power to America's standing. If you don't get involved in the world and you don't have programs in Africa, where China is trying to buy the whole continent, we're making a mistake, he said last month.
Wanted to show this one picture right here where Canada's yanked some U.S. brand of whiskey off the shelf and put a sign that says "Buy Canadian" instead. However, I noticed they didn't take Maker's Mark off the shelf. People would probably complain if they took that. I think it was Maker. Is that? Yeah, that's Maker's Mark. So they probably took some cheap off-brand of whiskey. So the next story kind of points out, and I guess I'll have to read it. I guess I could use the browser reader, but guess I won't do that. Um, White House says Canada misunderstood the tariff order as a trade war. No, they didn't misunderstand it. They're pissed off that you're slapping a tariff on their shit. So, yeah, they're gonna retaliate. Um, I'm sure that Trump knew that if you slap a tariff on a country, there's a chance they might be annoyed. Um, so let me skip to the part because this is covering ground. Uh, Somewhere in here there was a salient. Okay, well, I guess the first paragraph. The White House said on Monday it has noticed that Mexico is serious about President Donald Trump's executive order on tariffs, but Canada has misunderstood it to be a trade war between neighboring countries. Um, I don't see how they could have possibly mistaken that. You're slapping a tariff on it, it's just automatically a trade war. Um, and Trump said that the number one reason he mentioned to Canada specifically was a trade imbalance. So these guys just tend to be disingenuous sometimes. This next story, this is specific to Georgia. Ooh, did I just do that? Damn it. Hold on one sec. Let me go back and retrieve that story. Um, this is about some specifics as to how the tariffs will affect my home state of Georgia. Let me see, can I find it? Somehow or another, I managed to mess that up. There it is. This is the Marietta Patch, the hometown Marietta, Georgia, one of the newspapers. Let's see. Somewhere in here. It says gas prices could go. Georgia residents could also could pay higher taxes for cars. Automakers ship tens of billions of dollars worth of automobiles, engines, transmissions, and other components across the borders of both Mexico and Canada every week, and import um, billions more in parts from China. General Motors produces nearly 40% of all vehicles made in North America, in Canada, and Mexico. To my point about these companies exporting or offshoring jobs because they don't want to pay American wages. Um, I'm actually wondering. The last time Trump was in office, he was talking about bringing manufacturing back to the United States. What's up with that? Maybe he's gonna tariff this stuff and then kind of force General Motors back. But I haven't heard anything like that in the news. So um, I didn't realize it was 40% of these cars are manufactured in Mexico and Canada. Gas prices could go up. What happened to energy independence? United States imports about 60% of its oil from Canada. The tariff is lower than on other goods from Canada, and analysts expect it to be absorbed by a combination of oil producers um, in Canada and Mexico, U.S. refineries, and U.S. consumers. So we're importing 60% of our oil from Canada. What the hell? Goods from China, especially computer, cell phones, video games, could become more expensive over the next couple months. US United States imports about 60% of its footwear from China. 60%. Tariffs on lumber and building supplies from Canada, forgot about their lumber, could increase the cost of building a house, worsening the housing affordability crisis. About 70% of the softwood lumber and gypsum, which is used for drywall, are imported from Canada and Mexico, according to the National Association of Home Builders. So that's just a quick idea of what could happen price wise in Georgia. And all those items are used nationwide, so it's not just limited to Georgia. So um oh, I'm sorry, I Didn't realize I had taken that down. My bad. So anyway, stuff's gonna get more expensive with these tariffs. Um, it'd be nice if Trump could address that. And Corn Pop says, "Cry me a river." Cry you a river about what? Can you be more specific? Uh, Cry me a river. All I can say is, I told you so, folks. All this and the price of my eggs is still high. Let's see. Trump administration live updates. Democratic lawmakers join protest outside U.S. U.S. USAID. This is actually a more of Trump's mess. U.S. aid. Elon's trying to shutter it. Marco Rubio says that he's like the interim head of USAID. Um, Trump's had a little bit of a turbulent first couple weeks. So I don't know what's going on with USAID. Either Rubio is the interim head, Elon's trying to shut it down. Who knew Elon was going to be? Why is Elon shutting down government agencies? That's another thing. Isn't Congress supposed to do that? Or maybe U.S. I mean, if Congress has appropriated funds for it, um, yeah, this is a little bit messy. Trump is messy. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says he now runs an aid agency that was a target of Elon Musk. Secretary of State Marco Rubio told reporters on Monday that he has taken over as acting administrator of the U.S. Agency for International Development, but that he planned to delegate its day to day business to another person whom he has not yet named. Speaking to reporters in El Salvador, Mr. Rubio said that many of USAID's programs were worthwhile and could continue under the umbrella of the State Department. He added that the organization change was prompted by what he described as efforts by USAID officials to obscure details about their work and failure to cooperate with reasonable questions from the incoming Trump administration. Well, what I heard is that Musk was trying to gain access to some classified stuff, and they basically said, "Hey, no, you don't have clearance or something like that." So who knows what's going on there? But I guess it'll all sort itself out. Trump is certainly messy. And let's see, what does he have to say after what you guys did? Oh, fuck that. I wasn't running the government, so I don't want to hear that bullshit. And you know what? About the last 4 years there, Corn Pop, cry me a river, to quote a great man. Let's see. Next story. Should you take the Musk buyout? Here's a test. And I thought this was pretty interesting. Um, we might just take the test. Let's read this.
This opinion piece was written by Annie Duke. Should you take the Musk buyout? Here's a test. A decision expert explains how to make a good decision. Many of the 2.3 million people working for the federal government have until February 6th to decide whether to take a deferred resignation offer announced by the Trump administration, which its FAQ page.
John Straves, Trump didn't do shit. Okay, Elon is not an elected official. Why the world's richest man is in there deciding what the government runs and what the government doesn't is bullshit. It's a bad look, and Trump doesn't have enough sense to know that, but he will.
page says includes full pay and benefits until the end of September. Since retiring from a career in professional poker, I've written books about how we can make better decisions.
You guys, hey, Corn Pop, that lame ass TDS bullshit is tired. Okay, Trump is messy, and you're in denial about how messy Trump has been these past couple weeks. I actually think that Elon Musk is the actual president, and he told Trump what he was going to do. Trump didn't give him any permission. He just said, "Hey, Trump, I'm doing it. What the hell are you going to do about it?" And Corn Pop, since you got so much bullshit to say, why don't you hit the link? It's pinned to the top. Let's see what you got to say instead of being a chat rat. You guys are acting like Trump gives a fucking shit about you. He doesn't.
And I coach executives and others on the skill. I am not in the business of telling people what to decide, but in helping people with how to decide. That is what I did this week when 2 government workers, independently, sought me out for help. I gave each of them a handful of prompts that required them to take into account their own values and goals as they considered the offer. They each reached a decision that feels best for them. No, I will not share where they landed. One appreciated the framework so much that he gave the gist of it to colleagues. After getting that feedback, I crafted a list of prompts here for anyone to use. There are legal questions swirling around the program that could remain unanswered by the deadline. That's why I recommend first working through these prompts, imagining that the terms will be met in full.
Ask the Supreme Court about what? What does the Supreme Court have to do with any of this? Oops.
Full. Then, I recommend running through them again, imagining the terms aren't fully met. We need to create distance from the moment at hand when we're faced with a tough choice, so we prioritize long-term, not short-term thinking, which can be in conflict. There's a lot of evidence that when we do this mental time travel, we improve our decision quality. That's why the best decision-making tools nudge us to think about the future. That's what these decision prompts are designed to do. To quote the late Nobel laureate Daniel Kahneman, "Nothing in life is as important as you think it is while you are thinking about it." Picture yourself a year from now under 4 scenarios, where you are either unhappy or happy. Here, happy means the sense you are achieving your goals and living a life that aligns with your values. Assign a probability to each. A. You took the buyout and you are happy you did. B. You did not take the buyout and you are happy you did not take it. C. You took the buyout and you are unhappy you did. D. You did not take the buyout and you are unhappy you did not take it. In my experience, people tend to balk at putting a probability against scenarios such as these. After all, we can't know what the chances are. Of course not. We aren't omniscient. But even if you can't get it objectively right, it's important to go ahead and give it your best guess. Why? Because you are already baking an assumption about happiness into your decision anyway. Implicit in your decision about which path to take is a guess about which path will make you the happiest in the future. It's better to make that guess explicit. If you do this often, you get better at making such estimates, especially if you check back on previous predictions. Look at the 4 scenarios. Is there a version of the future with a clearly higher probability of happiness? If so, that's a path you should probably take. If not, or if you're just still feeling unsure, let's go further. Take a deeper dive by doing a pre-mortem, an exercise where you imagine a future where things have gone poorly and you explore how you got to there. Then try a backcast, an exercise to unpack why things went well. These can help offer clarity on which path is better for you in the long run. A. Imagine it's a year from now and you didn't take the buyout. You're miserable because you made this choice. Brainstorm why. Then ask yourself, Looking back, I realized there were early signals that things were going to turn out poorly. What were they? Make a list of them and give your best estimates of the chances you'll see those signals. Also ask yourself, am I already observing those signals? B. Imagine it's a year from now and you did take the buyout. You're miserable because you made this choice. Brainstorm why. Then ask yourself, looking back, I realized there were early signals that things were going to turn out poorly. What were they? Make a list of them and give your best estimates of the chances you'll see those signals. C. Now try a backcast. Instead of imagining you're miserable, imagine you're happy. Follow the same prompts to unpack why. When trying to decide between two paths, it is helpful to consider which is more likely to expand your opportunities. Having more options is a form of wealth, so the number of opportunities each path opens up to you should factor into your decision. A. Imagine yourself in a year having rejected the buyout. What desirable opportunities do you have available to you? Have they expanded? Have they contracted? B. Likewise, imagine yourself in a year having taken the buyout offer. What desirable opportunities do you have available to you? Have they expanded? Have they contracted? We have a tendency to discount the chances things will change. If you reject the offer, it doesn't necessarily mean you will keep your job. Ask yourself what the chances are that you'll still be in your position in a year. Put a probability on it. If you're struggling with this question, break it into parts. Under normal circumstances, what would need to happen for your position in government to be at risk? Under the current, unusual circumstances, what has happened recently that could change the rules? Have any policies or procedures changed? Have workers in your department or elsewhere left or been let go? Why? If you are leaning toward accepting the offer and you assumed the terms were met in full, I recommend running through the prompts again and assume they were not met in full. See if that changes how you feel. It might or might not. One last thing. It is often helpful to get outside opinions. Research shows sometimes other people can see your situation more rationally than you can see it yourself. Give these prompts to someone who knows you well or has been where you are before, and ask them to answer these questions for you. Share your goals and values with them first, so they don't assume yours are the same as theirs. Don't tell them your answers first, though. That will bias their responses and make the exercise less valuable to you. Once your trusted advisor, or advisors, has done the work, compare notes. Explore where your answers differ. I'd bet you will find it clarifying. I hope these prompts helped. I selected them for this particular case, but you can use them when reasoning through all sorts of go/no-go decisions. There are no guarantees any decision will turn out the way you hope, but if you use these science-backed tools, you can improve your odds.
Just so you know, the author of that opinion piece is she's like a expert in decision making, and she's also a former professional poker player. So I guess she's good at knowing which risks to take and deciding deciding which risks to take. Last article, and this is an old one. I've been meaning to show this for a week or two now. This is about a guy who's like a chef in one of these 100th floor restaurant places. Says in New York, private restaurants in luxury towers are popular amenity. Public cannot eat there, and the residents only drop in occasionally. So I actually never thought about this sort of thing, but if you're rich enough, you can live in a building with its own restaurant.
At a deluxe dining room on the 100th floor, a chef toils in obscurity. This article is by Dion Searcy and read by an automated voice. As the chef at 10 Cubed in New York City, Induvo Salam prepares dishes that blend his African Caribbean roots with classic French technique on the 100th floor of Central Park Tower, one of the tallest residential buildings in the world. But it can be lonely at the top. The restaurant, 1,000 feet in the air and overlooking Central Park, is among about a dozen in the city, open only to residents of luxury apartment buildings and their guests, a globally elite clientele that many chefs would be thrilled to serve. The traffic at Mr. Salam's restaurant is sometimes slow, and while he toils in relative splendor with views that look down on passing helicopters and other skyscrapers, his work can feel anonymous. After all, this is the age of celebrity chefs on TV and Instagrammable dishes that create long lines outside restaurants. Even some private chefs who work in home kitchens have developed big followings on social media. You have public restaurants, and those chefs everyone knows. And then private chefs, they're starting to make their way out, said Mr. Salam, seated at a table in his own restaurant where he sank a spoon into one of his signature dishes, a small square of fluffy honey nut pumpkin custard with sweet garlic, Ocitra gold caviar, and a subtle red curry, topped with a delicate lattice-like coriander cracker for $38. I'm in this hidden bubble, he said. Mr. Salam occupies a rare position at the intersection of luxury living, fine dining, and exclusivity. The towers that have sprouted along Billionaires Row and elsewhere in New York are in competition for buyers among the top slice of the wealthiest 1%. Each building tries to outdo the others with spas, cold plunge pools, infinity pools, fleets of Pilates reformer machines, steam rooms, and other amenities tacked onto the cost of apartments that already are in the tens of millions of dollars. A 5-bedroom, full-floor unit on the 113th floor of Central Park Tower, for instance, lined by walls of glass and custom millwork, and featuring imported stone countertops and dueling showers in the master bath, starts at $59.5 million. In these buildings, offering a private eatery where residents can pick from menus developed by chefs who have worked in Michelin-starred restaurants is becoming de rigueur. For a certain clientele, they expect a certain level of dining and paying over $3,000 a square foot for your home, said Kent Wu, a real estate agent at Douglas Elliman, who last year was part of a team that sealed a $115 million deal on an apartment at Central Park Tower. At One Wall Street, residents can enjoy meals by the chef Alejandro Cortez while dining al fresco on the 4,500 square foot terrace overlooking New York Harbor. The eatery at the skinny luxury tower at 432 Park Avenue is overseen by the chef Sean Hergott, whose restaurants have received Michelin stars. I get to offer the clients a world-class dining experience, plus a lifetime memory, said Mr. Hergott, who is opening another private restaurant in Miami Beach at the Paragon, a beachfront luxury complex that is under construction. If they actually sit down for a meal. Brokers who buy and sell units in the luxury buildings say these restaurants are often empty. That's largely because their wealthy residents are busy zipping between apartments in other cities and countries. When they do breeze into New York, one of the great restaurant cities of the world, who wants to eat at home? The restaurants host events to lure residents inside, whiskey night or wine tastings, or guest chefs to curate meals. But most of them stay afloat with funding from the building's steep maintenance fees or requirements that residents spend a minimum monthly amount dining there. At 432 Park, residents at one point were required to spend $15,000 a year at the restaurant. It's the only way to keep them going, said Kirk Rundhaug, sales director at the realty firm Compass, who has sold units in luxury buildings with private restaurants. Foie gras for one. On a recent evening, 10 Cubed in Central Park Tower was glowing. The city lights sparkled below, and the room was lit by a swirly Rebelli fiber optic ceiling designed to mimic the night sky. A couple finished their meal about 7 p.m. and left the restaurant, which stayed empty the rest of the night. 2 parties that had reserved tables didn't turn up. Unlike other high-end restaurants that charge steep fees for no-shows, 10 Cubed does not penalize its residents. Mr. Salam, who is 49 and tall, with squared shoulders and a quiet presence, looked across the room that seats up to 40 inside. If you're at Per Se or Le Bernardin, you can't not show up without being charged, he said. He pulled up a chair for a meal in his own restaurant, to have the full experience and to see how the guys are selling the art, he said with a laugh, as he sipped from a glass of 2015 Dom Perignon while he waited to be served. A waiter approached, hoisting plates, a napkin folded across his forearm just so. A $46 starter had arrived. Foie gras terrine with Sicilian pistachio praline, Gewürztraminer Gele, and toasted brioche. Mr. Salam was born in Jamaica to a Jamaican mother and Nigerian father. His mother thought it was important that her 3 sons learn to cook, not just her daughter, so she gave them lessons. He realized one day that he was alone in the kitchen cooking with his mom. His brothers had lost interest. In Kingston, Mr. Salam spent time with his aunt, who was part of the city's upper crust. By the time he was 4, she had taught him what the British consider proper utensil etiquette, keeping his fork in his left hand while eating. There were a portion of Jamaicans I grew up with who still would do some things that they learned from their colonizers, said Mr. Salam. When he was 8, he moved with his mother to Brooklyn and later Harlem, enrolling at Saunders Trade and Technical High School in Yonkers, where he studied culinary arts. He stayed in the same field after getting a scholarship to Johnson and Amp, Wales University in Rhode Island. Afterward, he immersed himself in the world of fine dining with low-level positions at some well-known New York restaurants, including Union Pacific, the Palace Hotel, Le Cirque in the days when young Donald Trump, Martha Stewart, and the Hilton family were regulars, and Jean-Yves Schillinger's restaurant in Colmar, France. The work was sometimes grueling. Bosses were sometimes cruel. Once, when he was working in the kitchen at Blue Smoke, Danny Meyer's Battery Park City restaurant, which closed in December, his pay was docked by a head chef for reasons he still doesn't know, he said. When I started, I was usually the only one in the kitchen that looked like me, so the question was always, how did you get here? They would try every trick in the book to mess with me, he said. Food suppliers would brush past him in the kitchen without a word and talk instead to the head chef. As a young chef, Mr. Salam was curious to learn what they were hawking. Only one vendor, a fishmonger named Louis Razzo, would stop and talk to him. One day he asked him why. He said, because I'm going to need your business when you became chef, Mr. Salam said. At that point, I never even saw myself as being a chef. It was a transformative moment. I knew failure was not an option, he said. While everyone would go out drinking after the shift, I would be studying. I just put my head down and really learned the craft. Then one day I picked my head up and was confident. He became chef de cuisine at BLT Market in Midtown and had a baby, but he and the baby's mother split up. He went on to become executive chef at Nomo in Soho and executive chef at the Roosevelt Hotel. In 2017, he went out on his own and opened a small restaurant called Café on Ralph in Brooklyn. He married one of his customers. A victim of the pandemic, the restaurant closed in 2022. I tried to hang on as much as I could, he said. Cooking for the 1%. Mr. Salam signed on to 10 Cubed initially just for its opening. The kitchen, a relatively small windowless space, was built around him as the tower shot upward, joining the ranks of other luxury apartment buildings, including those known as supertalls on Billionaires Row. I have some people who have specifically bought into these buildings I sell because of the restaurant, said Jade Chan, sales director of the Mandarin Oriental Residence, who is one of the stars of the new Netflix reality show Selling the City. The building is the home of Bolid Privé, a private eatery that even offers room service to residents with a menu designed by the chef Daniel Bolid, whose restaurants have been awarded Michelin stars. Roasted chicken breast with rosemary smashed potatoes is on the lunch menu at Bolid Privé for $31. The definition of luxury has evolved into simple ease and convenience. The most important thing to all of us, no matter how much money you have, is time. Private restaurants in residential buildings were popular during an earlier period that parallels the extraordinary wealth and inequality in New York City of today, the late 1800s and early 1900s, known as the Gilded Age. The Dakota, one of the city's first luxury apartment buildings, had a private dining room. So did the Ansonia, which also featured a fountain in the lobby with actual baby seals. When the luxury apartment buildings became a trend in the 1880s, they were seen as suspect and déclassé compared to having a brownstone, said Vincent DiGirolamo, an associate professor of history at Baruch College. The exclusive dining rooms were part of what helped establish the building's allure in a city that back then had a thriving elite class. even as 2/3 of the rest of the population crowded into tenements. At 10 Cubed, other chefs from Michelin-starred restaurants, Alfred Patale, Laurent Tourandel, and Gabriel Cruther, lent their names to the first menu to help create buzz. Mr. Salam stayed on. The outlook for the post-pandemic restaurant industry was still murky. He had a new baby at home. He built a team around him, pulling in workers he had met at prior restaurant jobs or who were celebrated in New York's fine dining scene. Louis McCullough, the former fine dining captain of the Four Seasons restaurant, is one. At 10 Cubed, everything is made on the spot, partly to adhere to quality but also because it's wasteful to stock a kitchen with food that goes uneaten. Workers and Chef Salam himself make frequent trips down the elevator and downtown to the farmers market at Union Square, to Chinatown, or to a nearby Whole Foods. Mr. Salam is often awakened in the middle of the night with calls from his fishmonger, Mr. Razzo, advising him on the catch of the day, but work-life balance is reasonable at 10 Cubed, as it is not for chefs at other public restaurants, as Mr. Salam calls them. Evening service wraps up relatively early. He didn't have to work on New Year's Eve. Paul Friedman, a cuisine historian at Yale University, likens chefs at private restaurants to those at country clubs or upscale corporate dining rooms. A lot of chefs take these jobs because they're less pressure and they pay well, he said, but I would imagine you get tired of it. Your customers don't change. You get an idea of what they like. It's all kind of predictable. This has always been a kind of stepping away from the high pressure. But Mr. Salam is under pressure to please the wealthy and powerful residents of Central Park Tower. As he wandered through the cigar room in his chef's whites the other evening, a man rose from the poker table, past the private lockers where residents can store cigars and expensive bottles of liquor, and approached him. "You should put a bit more breakfast food on the brunch menu," said the man. That morning, he had asked the chef to make him eggs for breakfast, off menu. Mr. Salam smiled and nodded. "I've cooked for the 1% my whole career," he said. "That's part of why I ended up here. Not everyone can walk in off the street and do this." What has he learned from his years serving the elite? "I don't take anything personally," he said, as a waiter offered plates of another of his creations, a dessert that was somewhere between brownie and cake, with light notes of hazelnut, topped with gold leaf beside a dollop of not-too-sweet vanilla gelato. "People that look like me in these positions 30 years ago, it didn't happen," he said. "By the time I got here, that thick skin had already been there." Mr. Salam appreciates the perks of his position, including the view. Sometimes only the tops of other skyscrapers are visible, poking through the clouds in an otherworldly tableau. He has learned that it takes exactly 4 days in autumn for the leaves in Central Park to go from green to golden. Among the privileged few to eat at the restaurant is his 4-year-old daughter, who likes to point to the tower from the family's apartment window in Long Island City, Queens. But for chefs, being so far out of the public eye can be difficult. "There's a trade-off with ego," said Stephen Zagor, a restaurant consultant and adjunct professor in food studies at New York University. "The dynamic has been tough for Mr. Salam. He is known in the industry, but it's not the same as if his crispy king oyster mushroom, atop a perfectly spongy bao bun with delightfully tangy pickled ginger, was subject to critical reviews and eligible for awards. I'm in all the rooms with all the other chefs, but obviously I don't really look like a typical chef, and my peers are like, 'Oh, chef, we've never heard of you,'" he said. Alexander Smalls, a James Beard Award-winning chef, discovered Mr. Salam when he was scrolling through social media 10 years ago. Mr. Smalls messaged him, and the men have since become friendly. Mr. Smalls has eaten at 10 Cubed and is impressed by the food, as well as by Mr. Salam's humility, he said. He called him a culinary practitioner and an artisan. "He is so gifted, and he isn't getting the affirmation that most chefs get because he's laboring in a vacuum of privilege," Mr. Smalls said. "I would eat his food in a basement." Mr. Salam said he longs for a critical eye. "I would love to be reviewed," he said. "Obviously, this is curated for the residents, but there's that competitive side that would love to know what it's like to be up against the others."
So this is like a Waffle House for the 1%. Must be nice. Oops. So let's see here. Oh, damn it. All right. That's all the news stories. Um, More than usual, but I guess between yesterday and today, I've been kind of collecting them. The next two things. Oh, by the way, this is this is like a well in Namibia that been getting all these wildlife remote wildlife cams creeping into my algorithm, and looks like it's almost 7. Well, it is 7 o'clock tomorrow in Namibia. Well, I'm sorry, later on today. Um, they're about 7 hours apparently ahead of us. So this ostrich is there first thing in the morning to at the watering hole. So kind of interesting. Looks kind of lonely out in that desert. Um, Next two videos. Um, One of them stars Ben Thorpe. EAE earlier today or this morning sent me a little clip of Ben Thorpe calling into this well, the name of the show is called The Line. I guess it's some sort of program about religion and atheism and stuff like that. And he decided to call in and give them what for about well, basically his premise is love is God, and they properly deconstruct his childish kindergarten level argument. Now, the other thing he did, and I may go and dig and find it, he did a show about them basically claiming that, they got mad at him and he properly dispatched their arguments, but that's actually not the case. So I'm going to play this, and I found it fascinating. You may or may not, but this is Ben Thorpe of Ben and Grace fame calling into a religion show. I think it's about religion, and this happened yesterday.
On the line with Promise and Paul. How are you today? Blake, you might need to tap your phone if you're calling in from the web browser.
Yeah, give me any stab at it. What is the most, if you can follow it just for a minute. I wanted to ask you, I'm a theist, you're atheist, I understand that. What, as human beings, do you find to be the most important thing of being a human, aspect of being a human?
I couldn't begin
What's
to
the most important?
Just one.
Could you just give me any stab at it? What is the most important aspect?
But you understand that any answer that I am going to give is going to be absolutely personal and not anything I'm projecting as should be the case for anyone else. So, for example, the most important thing in my life are my kids.
Okay, perfect. So you would put that under the category of relationships, and I would think many people would agree.
But hold on, Ben. I actually would say, so there have been times because they are theists and I'm not, that the relationship wasn't great, and I actually prioritized what I was visioning as their future over forcing a relationship, or like I actually put my relationship to them secondary to what I thought their best interests were. So
it's your kids' well-being.
My kids'
more
well-being
than your relationship
is more important
with
to me than my relationship to them.
Okay, but
the best thing for them is that they never see me again. I would never see them again.
Right. Okay, but that would be your relationship with them, right? Because you would say,
you seem to be wanting to rope things. But okay, if empathy is a relationship, if that's what you want to say. But I'm worried we're getting into some definitional thing.
Sure.
Yeah,
sure,
if
sure.
you're just wanting to
But I
make a
would say
point
that
about
for a lot of-
relationships, I'd rather you get to that point, because if you ask me what's the most important thing in my life, I'm gonna say staying healthy enough to stay alive and experience my life. That's gonna come number one, because otherwise, what's the point of I can't experience anything? So you're gonna get different answers from different people. So if you're wanting to, if this is some kind of question to get us to a certain spot, I'd rather you just go ahead and take us to that spot, and then we can figure it out from there.
Okay, so I would say for a lot of people, relationships are the most important thing in their life. Whether the relationships are good or bad, it is. We are social animals, let's say, and relationships are generally the most satisfying thing for us. And the opposite of, I think most people would also say, what you really don't like is being treated like an object. Like in sexual relationships, if someone treats someone else like
some people like that. Some people actually really like that. So I'm still not sure where we're going with this.
Okay, so yeah, you could say maybe there are exceptions to this, but like largely speaking, that is true.
I don't know, because I don't know. I'd have to see data on that to see how most people like to be treated during sex. I don't know.
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. We all know that. Like,
I would need to.
I'm
sorry, I would need to, Ben. And I'd rather you get to your point that you want to make instead of having us come along with you on these presuppositions about social things that I don't know if I agree with you with. I'd rather hear your point. That's an honest conversation.
Okay. So if love is important, at least to many, many people, let's say love, caring about another person, we can use the word love. All right. And one definition of God is that God is love. Then for at least all of those people for whom relationships and the word love could be used by them, they are theists.
You're just saying that you're defining God into existence by saying that he's definitionally the same as love. Like, that's weird.
Because now I could say hunger is God, and everybody that ever feels hunger is now a theist because they've experienced hunger, which is what I'm going to now say is the definition of God.
Well, in other words, it says in the New Testament, God is love. It doesn't say God is hunger.
Why should I care?
So I'm saying, like,
why should I care what the New Testament says?
I'm just saying, like, I've written on
this piece of paper that hunger is God. So why should I care what this piece of paper says versus what the Bible says? Why does that matter? Who gets to decide?
No, that's fine. I'm just illustrating something. You don't have to be so defensive. But if God is love, which
this dude, I have no idea what Ben is doing here. Is he trying to convert them to Catholicism? This dude, supposedly he has a master's in religion or something like that. He cannot, that he even calls in and starts this conversation just means I don't know what the fuck he's thinking. But this is like literally, I went to Catholic school and this is like second grade religion, or, this is like third grade religion class. I have no clue what he thinks he's accomplishing here. But by the end of the conversation, he's talking about these two being triggered. I'm sorry. I know this lady sure as shit isn't triggered. She thinks he's an idiot.
In other words, love is not a thing. So it can't be like hunger where it has like a relationship to things. Then I just don't see what I understand. There's a big gap between saying, I believe in love.
Anger.
I believe in God.
Anger is God. Anger towards other humans is God. So now that's God. And if you've experienced anger toward another person, then you are a theist.
No, because God is love.
There's your claim. Cool. So your claim is that God is love. What is your proof or your evidence that God is love and God isn't anger?
Because we experience love and we experience our nature as being an image of God, and to be treated as
hold on.
Yeah, this dude is just like, this works in an audience of believers. Okay, they will buy into this. But if you're going to go and talk to two people who are atheists, this isn't a convincing argument. He basically, read your Shakespeare, a rose by any other name. And then you will have basically why it's not a convincing argument. This is why I don't like dealing with people like Ben Thorpe. This dude is just weird. And I don't even know what to say. Like I said, I never would have known about this had it not been sent to me. And I kind of wish I hadn't now. You know, if it's possible to think any less of Ben Thorpe, this would be it. And they're responding. Basically, the Thorpes are doing a show about these two people being triggered. They basically were not triggered. They were probably puzzled, would be a better word. And finally, they just had to say, "Hey, enough's enough." We're moving on.
I experience anger as well. I experience anger as well. Why is that not God? Why is love God?
I'm not talking about the emotion.
Do these people look triggered?
About the emotion of love. I'm saying to care about someone else without self-interest is, I think, what most people would say is the definition of love. And that love, if I say that love is God, then you would be a theist, right?
No,
because I don't believe that love exists.
I don't believe. No, I don't. I don't believe love exists at all. Love is an
You don't
English
believe
word
in
that
love?
we use. No, I don't.
Look
I
at
don't
this
believe
dude.
that love exists. I think love is a word that we use in English, and in other languages they have way cooler words and more descriptive ones to define different types of love. But love is a word.
She's basically saying love is a description of an emotion. The emotion exists, the feeling exists, but love as a standalone thing does not exist. It's just a descriptor. And, again, this sort of argument works if you're up on a pulpit preaching to, a church full of believers. As a standalone, kind of like a Socratic sort of or philosophical argument outside that congregation doesn't work. And Ben needs to just fucking I don't know. Apparently, his new shtick is to be some sort of religion expert, and he's failing miserably. I'm not even that much into religion, and I know he sounds like a kindergartner. So I don't know. Maybe I'll tune into his show tomorrow just to see why he thinks he triggered these two. Maybe I won't. Probably I'll have better things to do.
Word that we use to communicate. Sometimes it's a feeling towards somebody else. Sometimes it's an act towards somebody else. There's all sorts of things. Paul, what do you think love is? Do you think it exists as an
You don't
entity?
think love exists?
No. Love is...
No,
love
and I
is,
just explained why I don't.
Yeah, we don't think love as an entity exists. Love is a description of actions and or feelings, and they're all equally, they're all defined, they all are wrapped up as just versions of empathy, which in our previous callers we've literally talked about how all social species definitionally have empathy to some degree or another. And I see no non-naturalistic reason I don't see even need the reason that we need to appeal to anything other than natural biological processes to understand that empathy helps us as a social species. So I don't see the reason why you're labeling this God on top of it. I don't see the distinctions that you're making. And I definitely don't think that love is an entity.
You don't believe that love exists? You don't believe that you love your children. You believe that you're just biological.
Richard, what did I say? What did I say that love is? Just to see if you're listening and caring at all what I said.
Ben.
Sorry, Ben. I'm so sorry, Ben.
No,
Ben,
no problem.
What were you listening to? What I was saying at all?
What I'm saying is we all know what the word love means,
You're
and
appealing to
I'm
intuition.
saying
You're appealing to intuition. What did both
sure.
Promise and I laid out what we think love is? Were you listening? And can you repeat back to us what we said? What we think love is?
You said that you don't think love
treating him like a
exists.
school
You think
child.
it's a biological thing.
Can you repeat what the teacher said?
Biological process.
It can be. I think it's a word that we use to describe certain things. Some can be biological elements. Some are just us using that word. I don't think love exists as its own thing. It's not like some thing out here existing. It's a word that we use, just like I use the word joy to describe something that whatever I decide that word is defining for me or expressing for me. I don't think joy is this thing out here that exists in reality. It's a word we use to define and describe certain things we experience or express as humans.
Right. It's a property of an action.
Truth exists?
Lou?
In other words, aren't you trying to say that what we're...
Lou, love and empathy actually can be very closely related. For the sake of this argument, I don't know where you're going with this love and empathy thing, but you're not making the point you think you are.
We're saying is true.
Truth is the extent to which a proposition conforms to reality as adjudicated by predictive power. Truth is a property of a proposition.
So do you have a problem with using the word truth to say, like, this is true? Or,
truth, yes, because truth is a property of something. Because truth is a property of something else, not an entity floating around. Just like yellow is the property of an object, potentially, and not...
Well, Palomino, just to be specific, there's empathy and there is sympathy. Okay, sympathy is a lesser, like a more, arm's length version of empathy. I would argue, and probably Ben would argue, that, when you talk about love, like, Christ and love and loving all of mankind and all this sort of stuff, you could probably argue, at least in front of certain audiences, that the only way to have empathy is to love, even if it's like a platonic sort of love. I don't know that you can have empathy without some form of love. So you're right. They're not the same, but they're closely related. And I think I could make the argument that empathy doesn't exist without at least some form of love or, deep caring or whatever you want to say. So again, the argument you're making about, empathy, and that maybe they mentioned it in the in the video. My bottom line here is that Ben is just basically being a schoolboy here. I've heard these sorts of arguments. I went 1st through 12th to Catholic school. You would hear this type of argument in like grade school. When when Sister Anne would sit down and talk about Jesus, during religion class. You might get this sort of question, or this line of reasoning. Ben is embarrassing himself. But anyway, like I said, it was brought to my attention. I don't even know why it was. Maybe it was just, to make me laugh. But all I have to say is do better, Ben. Surely, with a master's in theology, you can do better than this. No, Palomino, I disagree with that. My argument is that empathy doesn't exist for a person, for another, without some form of love. Even if it's just like Christian love for your brother man. Sympathy is the more impersonal form of empathy. Empathy and sympathy are two different things. So anyway, enough of this foolishness. But I'm hoping this ends. This ends momentarily. I want y'all to see how they pretty much just brush him off, and he's trying to make something out of nothing.
There's yellowness floating around.
Doesn't exist.
Right.
Yellow doesn't exist.
Yellow is a property of an object. Right?
I think most people think love and truth exist.
We're not here to talk about what
physical.
We're not here to
Who
talk
cares
about what
what
other
most
people
believe.
Yeah.
Well, if you don't love other people, you treat them like things. And
who said we don't love other people? We said.
See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. The loving other people, in that Christian sort of love, can lead to empathy. And I think he's trying to maybe this is some mental exercise he's doing. Well, essentially what he's doing is generating content because he's doing a show about this tomorrow. So I think he just got on there acting like this just to see if he could trigger these people.
Said love is a property love is a label we apply to certain behaviors, actions, and feelings.
I disagree, Lou.
Okay. I would just say that if you believe in love and truth and you believe in God, and I would say like someone who wants to say, I don't believe in those things, or I want to redefine them in some kind of way.
How is redefining love? How is love being a label for an action, motivation, feeling, redefining it?
It's more than I understand you could express the.
Lou, just to call your attention quick, what you're describing here is sympathy, not empathy.
Word love as a feeling. I'm talking about what someone
not
would
as
do,
a
like,
feeling, not as a feeling, Ben. It's not as a feeling. It is a property of a feeling. We have many feelings. Some of them we consider to be loving. That's why we have to put label on some of those feelings. As that feeling felt like love to me, or that feeling felt like something else. That doesn't mean I'm trying to express to you that doesn't elevate love to be an entity that exists. And you're appealing to people's intuition. I was one of the people just a few years ago who gave this no serious thought at all and just went around with my intuition thinking, sure, love's a thing, evil's a thing, good's a thing, because I spent no time thinking about it seriously. Then I had a bit of a crisis and I had to think about these things seriously.
Essentially what
essentially
what they're saying is Ben is not serious. That's pretty sad.
My own motivations and how things work. And it's like, no, you know what? My intuition that evil was a thing was me being sloppy with language.
But when you were talking about your children, I'm not trying to make it personal, but you almost seem to say, like, I'm going against my feelings that I want to spend time with my children because I want what is good for them, which is the definition of love in a non-emotional sense. So doing that, I think you're affirming the existence of something which is spiritual.
I was affirming that I label those priorities as loving priorities, but they are priorities that you are describing in a certain way. That doesn't make love exist.
But you are going against your actual, like, biological feelings of wanting to spend time with your children.
We
and
agree.
saying, if I never had to see them again. What is that?
Ben,
it's not a
that's
feeling.
Not something that exists. It's something that's happening. It's a priority. It's something that Paul has decided, and it's decisions that he makes based off of feelings and emotions and whatever thought process he has based off of the standards that he set in his life. So that is not something that exists. That
goes
if Paul
against
dies, that goes
biologically.
away. If Paul dies, that is gone. because there's no one there to make that decision and do that.
It doesn't actually go against biology, because if I look at it purely biologically, I am no longer producing more children, so biologically my priority is naturally them, right? Because I'm not the only way my genes can propagate at this point. I was snipped, so I had to get the so the only way I can get my genes to propagate now is through them. So actually, from a purely biological perspective, it does make sense as a priority.
Well, I just think we don't have to get into a big thing. I'm just saying, if you don't believe in love and truth, I actually agree you don't believe in God.
Okay,
I think if the word love and truth have no meaning for you, then the word God
told you from the very beginning that we don't believe in a God. We don't believe a God exists, and I don't believe love exists. Do I experience love all the time? Does it look different towards different people? Yes. Do I use that word to describe varying emotions? Absolutely. But that doesn't mean love exists. I'm going to be totally honest. I'm not sure that you're equipped for this sort of conversation. I understand what you're trying to express, but I think you should go back and listen to this call fully, because I'm not sure you're understanding the concept of something existing as an entity or having existence in and of itself, or it being used as something that we describe and define things with. There is a difference between a word that we use to express ourselves with and something actually existing.
You're saying the only thing that can exist is the thing, and therefore you just really can't have a conversation.
That's not what I'm saying either. And we've had plenty of conversation here. It's not about not having a conversation. I do think you should go back and listen to this and go check out what people were saying in the chat. I'm sure there'll be comments. Maybe some of them will be more helpful than Paul and I were able to be, to try to point you in the direction of logic, to show you where we're unable to be convinced by what you're saying to us. It's not making sense, because you're right. We don't believe love exists as its own thing. We don't believe that love exists outside of what we as humans cool. But we don't believe that it exists outside of us using it as to express something that is happening that we can point to.
Lou, I actually disagree with you. I think these two are spot on. Ben's premise is that love is God. Their premise is that love is not a discrete object. You can't point to love and say that's love. It describes a feeling, and I don't think Ben wants to insist. The only way an argument like that works is in a group, like a church congregation. Okay, if you look at love objectively, it does not exist. You can't quantify it. You can't put it in a lab and synthesize it, etc. Ben's calling into the show trying to tick him off, I guess. Palomino, apparently you're not getting my drift, and I'm not going to beat this dead horse. Love is not a discrete object. It is a description of a feeling or an action, period.
Dude, that's real.
I agree. You don't believe in love.
Agree.
You don't believe in truth. And so I don't think you believe in God.
I do believe that things can be true or not true. So again, I don't know that you're following the...
And Lou, you sound like someone who needs to check his dictionary. Sociopaths, apparently you don't know what a sociopath is either. Check your dictionary. I'm sure you got one somewhere in your house.
Logic of this conversation. I'm good unless Paul wants to continue. I don't really have anything else to add to this.
Ben,
why are you so angry?
Now, see, this is...
I'm not angry at all. I'm having a great conversation.
This is where Ben is trying to make something out of nothing. I don't see anger, especially in the female here. She doesn't look angry to me.
Conversation, but again, I don't think that you're following. And you continue to interrupt me, and you didn't interrupt Paul, which I do find interesting. I'm going to be done talking to you now, and I'm going to let Paul talk to you, because maybe you'll be able to take him more seriously.
Well, yeah, so
She's
we don't
calling
need
him
to
a misogynist.
discuss anymore. Basically, you are resorting to incredulous laughter, which from this side of the call seems incredibly ironic because if anyone here deserves to incredulously laugh, it would be the people on screen. I will leave it at that.
I think you're angry
Ben,
at
I'm sorry about getting your name wrong there for a minute. There's no anger.
Ben, maybe we're so angry. You still didn't provide
You're just
anything
lying
for us.
You're just lying. You're angry. All right, take care. Don't be angry. Try love.
They look real. They look real angry.
If that was love, I am not interested. That was. I was trying to communicate that to him. I genuinely don't think he's understanding.
Nah, he's not genuinely understanding. Hey, Palomino, have you watched this show before? You say he always looks stressed. Apparently, you're familiar with him. It's the first time I've seen this show. Just a quick update. Apparently, did I get the right? Did I get the right article? Yeah, Trump is basically the 10% tariff on Chinese products has taken effect. So it went into effect at 12:01 this morning. I assume they mean Eastern time. I want to see if they talk specifically about what's being tariffed. I'm guessing steel will be one. Oh, here it is. All right. Let's see. There are tariffs on electric vehicles, solar cells, semiconductors, and advanced batteries. Let's see. China says they're going to go to the World Trade Organization, like that's going to do any good. And essentially, Trump says these tariffs are going to make the country very rich again. Yeah, you know what? If you're looking at tariffs as a main source of income, that's a little troubling. So anyway, so the tariffs on China have begun. We'll see what China's going to do. This next video, a friend of mine sent me this video. This is on the left is a lady who's a head mistress of some school in like an inner city sort of or urban environment in London. She's Canadian by birth, but she lives in London. She's running a school there. And there are about 3 segments of this particular video that are interesting and worth hearing. Yeah, hey, Free Zone. This was this music was written by Tough Guy. He gave the show 2 songs. This one's called Psychedelic, and then he has another kind of more of a rap sort of thing called Whoop-de Wop, which is one of his signature phrases. But this song is actually really good. So yeah, it does suit the mood. So again, this is kind of touching on one of my things that I like to keep up with, and that's K through 12 education specifically. Just because I just had just put a son into college, and basically from the end of first grade to his graduation last summer, I've been pretty much a single father, so I've been very involved in his schooling and interacting with his teachers and guidance counselors. Um, it's one of these things where at the beginning of every school year, I would basically go to his guidance counselor and kind of make sure he or she, but mostly there were she's, were on board with what the goals are. And then I would basically send a note to all his teachers: if there are any issues at all, your first step should be calling me so I can nip it in the bud. And generally I knew when my son was cutting up in class, because he has a good sense of humor. And a lot of his teachers would kind of buy into his cracking jokes and that sort of thing. But like any child, once you know the teacher likes your jokes, you're going to keep cracking them. And his teachers knew, and I would know from his grades. Generally, if he wasn't taking a class seriously, it would be less than an A. And B, I might just talk to him about like what's going on here. A C, and I'm on the phone with the teacher, like what the hell's going on here. And I would actually call the teacher before I would talk to him about it, because the teacher's always right, until proven wrong. So that's always been my approach to school. I'm kind of drifting off here. So anyway, let's hear what this young lady has to say. And I enjoyed it. I listened to about, probably about 6/8 or whatever that reduces down to. I listened to most of it, but the three segments I'm going to show here were the most interesting or salient to me.
You've said things in the documentary about the school and in other places that a lot of the structure in Michaela is a kind of
That's the name of the
scaffolding
school
that used to exist in our culture and no longer does. What do you mean by that? Lay that out. Where have we, what did we leave behind? We, the collectivist we, in the West. What has the West kicked to the curb culturally that has essentially laid at your doorstep the need to reassert structure and a culture that is lost?
Yeah. So, it's a great question. It's interesting. So Jonathan Haidt, who has written a book recently called The Anxious Generation. He's American, so your American audience will know of him.
I know John.
Right. And he's written The Coddling of the American Mind, and he wrote a great book, The Righteous Mind, which was trying to explain to liberals how the conservative mind works. And he, of course, is a liberal himself. And The Anxious Generation, I'm very, I like his other books too, but I'm particularly interested in that now because he puts together a lot of data to explain why children really shouldn't have access to a smartphone in a liberal sort of way, and that it can destroy their lives, and that constant online use is just extremely destructive. And I have been campaigning for years to try and get parents not to give their children smartphones and to be very vigilant at home with the laptops and so on. Now,
and that, just real quick, that fact, though I didn't have the data, was what motivated us to put my son in a Waldorf school from 1st through 4th grade when we moved here to Austin, because it was the one, really the only school environment where a kind of a very holistic ban on digital devices permeated the school and was required. Because it's one thing to do that as an individual, and then you send your kids to school and everybody's got a phone but them, and you're screwed. So that was part of the journey that we can circle back to later. But
but you make a very good point. So parents will often say, when on Twitter and so on, and I'm saying, parents, get rid of the smartphone. They say, yeah, but fear of missing out. My kid isn't going to have any friends. What do I do? And it is a genuine problem for parents, which is why here at Michaela, of course, they don't have that problem because we are pushing the anti-smartphone position in such a big way that really, I would say it's not until they're 14 or 15 that they are getting en masse, smartphones. So it means that parents really can not give their child a smartphone and their child will be okay here, at least for the younger years of those teenage years. Now, I mean, I wish, my thing is you really shouldn't give children a smartphone below the age of 16. Now, the reason why I bring up Jonathan Haidt is to your question. So I agree with Jonathan on everything, but one thing that he says that I have a bit of a problem with is that he very much wants, I know why he wants it. He's saying we coddle kids too much. So Coddling in the American Mind, the book before, we don't allow them the freedoms that they need. And this speaks to the heart of what you I imagine would be wanting for your son. The freedom that he used to have when you and I and he were growing up, we will have had very similar childhoods. We would have we rode our bike to the corner shop and we left the bike outside. We didn't lock it up. We went in, we got our thing, we came out. I grew up in Toronto, in Canada, to the age of 15. In those days when I was in the 70s and in early 80s then, we didn't lock the front door. Now at some point, actually, somebody came into the house and there was a robbery. I mean, they stole a few things while we were out. And from then on, we did start locking the house. But for many years before that, we didn't. You wouldn't necessarily lock the car.
Okay, well, she needs to understand that, Canada, tends to be a little bit of a different place than the United States. So, that she grew up, with doors unlocked. Kind of reminds me of my wife's parents lived in Fairfax County, Virginia, in a fairly decent neighborhood, and they never locked the door. But you pretty much knew, they never locked the door, but it wasn't in the middle of a city. Technically it was, Chantilly, Virginia was barely a city, at least back then. So I don't know. People tend to, take their personal experiences and try and universalize them, assuming that everybody grew up. And I'm probably the worst about that. But anyway.
Our door. I remember once cycling along, my sister fell over and she hurt herself badly. We were able to just knock on one of the neighbors way off down the street, knock on the door. The woman took us in, bandaged up her knee, looked after her, and made sure that we were fine to be able to get home. Now, in 1983, in Toronto or in New Jersey or wherever it was Jonathan was growing up, the fact is that we had a culture and a society where we could depend on each other, to trust each other, to look after each other. And you could have that freedom. You could allow children that sort of freedom because you could trust the other people around. And that's what Jonathan Haidt is arguing for now, because he's saying that if we stifle the children too much, they're not able to grow in the way that we want them to and develop a sense of personal responsibility, decency towards others, a sense of duty towards others, and so on. All of that, small c conservative values, I live for that. I call myself a small c conservative, and I'm very much trying to instill those kinds of values in our children here at school. But we strongly advise our parents, where possible, to try and meet their children after school when they're going home. Often they can't do that. Well, all of my teachers at the end of the school day are outside getting the kids on the buses, making sure that they get on the bus so that they can get home, because we genuinely worry about their safety and what is going to happen to them when they're out on the streets here in the inner city, because this is the inner city. There's one boy who I know of here who is those kinds of values. Well, I call them small c conservative values.
There we go.
As a child. That does not exist anymore. So we have to be more protective of them. You cannot just say to them, well, go off online. Now, Jonathan is aware of that. Jonathan Haidt knows that, he's saying let them have freedom outside, but don't let them have freedom online, because the online world is very dangerous. Now, in school, to just add to the whole point about values. So I spent my whole life working in schools. If you talk to any of my teachers, they'll all tell you the same story. So this isn't just my experience. I've only worked in the inner city in London. The corridors are places where children fear to walk to their next classroom. Now, not necessarily because they think they're going to die. I don't think that's going to happen, but they will get beaten up.
They're going to get bullied.
Exactly. And they're worried. And if they don't get beaten up, they're going to get shoved, and somebody's going to give them a look. And then they have to keep their eyes to the ground. And that we teach the children, keep your eyes to the ground when you're walking outside, because if you catch somebody's eye in the wrong kind of way, your life is in danger. So, and that's the case inside your own school. Now, not in our school, okay? Because we have taught our children how to behave and look after each other and be kind to each other. Kindness is actively taught. Gratitude is actively taught. Now, you should be grateful for your life, however little you have, Now, the thing is that those kinds of values, I call them small C conservative values, kindness, gratitude, a sense of duty towards others. So if you get a detention, you're not just letting yourself down, you're letting down the whole class. Because your tutor, you come back at the end of the day and the tutor says, okay, 3 of you have got detention. You've let us all down, because that brings shame on the entire class. Now, the idea of shame, for instance, like that is something that no one talks, no one's allowed to talk about that kind of thing anymore.
I'm a big fan of shame.
Right. Well, because
I don't think you can have a free society without shame. You either have a free society and shame, or you have
that's
a
a dumb statement.
That's exactly right. So what you're saying there is, 50 years ago, there was more of a sense of shame. So you could have the freedoms. The freedoms were there because people would have felt.
Okay, I think that's a ridiculous argument. Shame creates is a requirement for freedom. I don't even understand what that means. But I understand that I think a better word for shame is basically either societal pressure. They're just certain things you don't do or aren't going to be accepted without some pushback from society. I don't really like the way they're framing this whole shame argument. There are better ways to express that, in my opinion.
More ashamed about robbing you. They would have felt they wouldn't have gone into your house even though it was open, because you just don't do that, right?
Oh, that's bullshit. I don't know where. Well, she grew up in Canada. Maybe in Canada, but you go back to the 80s and 90s when she grew up, and I grew up in that same era. Crime in places like New York City, there was no shame. So I think that I don't know. I think this just sounds like pedantic, and she is a teacher, so
right. The just don't do that still applies nowadays, but to far fewer things. So you wouldn't just run down the street naked, because you just don't do that. Although there are some times when you are allowed to run down the street naked in certain parades and
Okay, well, I don't know about Canada. I've never even been there. But the one thing that, America and Americans speak out of both sides of their mouth. Okay, on one hand, you're talking individualism, rugged individualism. Well, that's almost the opposite of shame. Okay, if you have a I don't give a fuck attitude, of course you're not going to be ashamed. Being loud and proud, no. This shame is literally the opposite of what you would teach if you want everybody to be an individualist. Don't be ashamed. So I don't, and again, she's from Canada. So, when she was growing up, it might have been slightly different than America, but the dude that's interviewing her is American. He should know better.
And so on, exactly. So, and then it kind of it bleeds out from that. So you have these, drag queen library readings for children.
Okay, and Lou, I don't know what country you live in, but have you ever heard of recidivism? People rob all the time for various reasons. I would imagine most people learn their lesson, but not enough. So, that people get shamed, like, armed robbers get shamed. I would argue if you get to the point of, robbing somebody at gunpoint, you got plenty of time to do it before. I'm going to say if you get to a point to where you're comfortable robbing a 7-Eleven, you've already passed the shame threshold. Shame isn't going to do shit. You have already, you've already kind of shut out the shame part. And acting like, you can shame an armed robber into what's the difference? I mean, on one hand, Americans talk about punishing crime as a lesson, like, make it hurt so they don't do it again. I don't think simple shame is going to do it. America's about the least shamed country. Look at Trump. Trump is definitely not ashamed of his atrocious behavior. So I think that this shame argument, we're fooling ourselves.
For toddlers and weird acrobatics that people are doing without any clothes on in front of toddlers. Some of this stuff that makes me go, and then people say, oh, she's such a prude, and oh, she's such a strict headmistress. But I mean, in 1985, nobody would have thought that of me. Everybody would have just thought I was normal. So, I mean, I don't feel I'm bizarre. I feel everybody's gone crazy.
Okay.
And I need a time machine to go back to 1985.
So I overall agree, but I want to push on a couple things because I think one thing that's interesting. So this show in some ways is actually deeply inspired by the coddling of the American mind.
Right.
Because what I saw in the anxiety of my son's peers, and then was pretty well articulated in that book, was a kind of posture that seemed antithetical to having a free society. Like, I don't know how you're going to have a free society with young people who are racked by this kind of existential anxiety about the world, about the future, about themselves, about their choices. They have no internal locus of control, all of those things.
Yeah. Well, I 100% agree with that. Yeah, go on.
So what is interesting in the time frames you're talking about is in the States. Now, it's less true today than it was, say, in 2019. But let's just put ourselves in 2019 for a minute. Although it's still, I think, true today. Our cities are mostly safer than they were in the 1980s, particularly New York City, but others as well. So Lenore Skenazy, who I've had on the show, became the world's worst mom for putting her kid on a subway when he was 9. I put my son on the bus to a job that was part of his school thing when he was 11 years old, or however old he was in 7th grade. And he saw all kinds of nonsense. He saw people like coming on drunk and falling over and ask him to use his phone because God knows what, and then getting off the bus. And there was a lot of people falling over like zombies. But statistically, he was safer than if I was doing that in 1985. So like our perception of whether things are safer or not versus the actuality is one thing. The other thing, though, seems to me like you're talking about what I think might be two different worlds. So literally, like, working class and poor kids in inner cities, like the kids you're serving so well, are facing a different set of circumstances than my son and middle and upper middle class kids. And I think what Haidt, to his detriment, is doing is singularly focusing on the latter.
I agree. Yeah.
And I think they do have
So a good point, and I don't know if Jonathan Haidt. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've even, I know he wrote a new book, but I don't ever keep up with that psychology stuff. I don't disagree with some of what he says, but I kind of don't agree at the same time. I think he is overly pious. Um, but their point here about Jonathan Haidt basically talking to an affluent audience with kids who are not, who are middle class or above is spot on. Free range parenting does not work in the inner city, because of the crime and, other things. So, I think they're right to point this out. Jonathan Haidt doesn't talk to working class people, basically.
The problems Haidt's talking about.
Yes, no,
in
I
large
agree,
measure, but not entirely for the reasons he's talking about.
Yeah.
So how do you think about that for the viewer who might be in one or the other circumstance, and how it's to set the context right?
Yeah, I agree. So your examples there of a 9-year-old or an 11-year-old getting on a bus and going and seeing a drunk person and so on, who, of course, yes, please do. They should experience all of that. And I agree that there's far too much helicopter parenting, and that I suspect, yes, that Jonathan Haidt is talking about a very particular kind of parent who is living in a well-to-do area where their child isn't in danger at all, but they are being far too prescriptive about what they do and where they go. Meanwhile, they give them an iPad and let them do anything they want to do online, but they're restricting their freedom when it comes to movement and seeing their friends and so on and so forth. So yeah, no, 100%. And I 100% back what you're saying and what he would say about allowing you hit on a train and all that, as long as you feel they will be genuinely safe. I suppose, yes, I am immersed in a world which is very different to that world, and I know that we couldn't possibly do the things that Jonathan Haidt is suggesting with our intake here. And if he is just talking about the more well-to-do areas, well, then fine. I suppose I would just want that nuance in there. I do. But then all the other stuff with regard to the values, I mean, it's interesting what you were saying. I was agreeing with you 100%. Look, you do want, like, so when he says, for instance, you need a junkyard in the schools with lots of different items that they can build things with and do random stuff with. And I'm thinking, look, if I have crowbars sitting around the yard, that is a disaster in an inner city school. So, but it is true that that we are perhaps talking about very, very different spaces. And I suppose when I say 1985,
maybe
New
rewind
Jersey,
a little further back would be one way to put it. Like
Right.
if you rewind back to before the
1955.
race riots of the 1960s.
Yes. Okay, so
You
1955.
have an environment that's a little more consistent across the board, I think, for all the problems pre-Civil Rights Act. and whatnot.
Yes, yeah, you might be right. I mean, when I said 1985, I just meant when you and I were growing
I'm going to
up.
skip ahead here.
Now, what I would
This next part, I agree with wholeheartedly. And I don't think that parents do enough of this these days. And I'm not exactly sure why. But essentially, parents are afraid to be parents. And you don't have to wail on your kid's ass, to a point to where, child protective services are going to be called. But you can be very, stern and, with kids, so they know you mean business.
argue, and this is what I was saying to you when we met, is that the more progressive educational model
progressive,
yeah, exactly, does not give you those things, and that what gives you those things is what we do here. So let me explain. Often, so Elon Musk is another person I disagree with. I mean, look, obviously he does great things, and I don't know anything about rockets or cars and so on. But his opinions about education are wrong. He thinks that he always says what you need to do is teach them how to think, not teach them what to think. Now, there are lots of people on the right who say this, okay? And I know why they say it. They say it out of frustration because they know that the schools and the universities currently are sort of doing a brainwashing thing where they are teaching.
Okay, and I thoroughly disagree with this. Your brain can only be washed if there was nothing, what was there was not dyed in the wool. Okay, anybody who who is firm in their mind and knows what they think, they know what they were taught. It's going to be a lot harder to quote brainwash that person. Um, if schools are able to brainwash to this degree, it basically means what's happening at home. Well, what should be happening at home is not happening at home. I do hear of instances, and I can't recall, I'm sure at least once or twice as my son was growing up, there would be something in his school that would conflict with something, maybe that we had talked about before. And it's up to the parent to kind of resolve it or call the school or, explain the subtle differences. But I think it's utter bullshit that schools are brainwashing kids. It basically means something isn't happening at home, so that kid is oriented and is equipped to push back or report back to the parent if there's something that's happening contradictory to their home training.
Our children to be very woke, to divide each other into.
And quite frankly, and I've been saying this for years, Lou, I don't know. I'm trying to think. You've been on Charles's server before, his Discord server. You probably know who Anon is, and you've probably heard me say this before. This whole woke is a right-wing hoax. Okay, we have built like a whole few years worth of hoax built on what woke is. And I can go deeper into that, but this whole woke nonsense, it doesn't exist. We've convinced ourselves and we're chasing ghosts when it comes to woke.
The groups of LGBT and Black and Muslim and Hindu and poor and rich and so on. And they have a victim hierarchy that they teach everybody, and they talk about intersectionality, and everybody's trying to be the biggest victim that you can be because that's how you get social respect. And that is destructive, and Elon is absolutely right to be critical of that. So then he says, look, you guys, you're teaching them what to think, not how to think. What we need to do is teach them how to think, and then everything will be all right. He's wrong. The problem isn't that they're teaching them what to think. The problem is the content that they're teaching them in teaching them what to think. We do need to teach children what to think. Of course we need to teach children what to think. Otherwise, they will...
No, what to think. That part of what kids know, they should know pretty much what to think, what's right, what's wrong before they ever get to school. And, it's an ongoing thing, as kids go from elementary school, kids change. Okay, kids will change their first day in school. Kids will change from elementary school to middle school. Kids will change from middle school to high school. That after 6 months in ninth grade, they're totally different, almost totally different than, what they were in middle school. Same thing, from, what is it? Fifth, or I guess it's sixth, seventh, eighth is middle school. So it's home training is the base. Okay. Your kid should never be trying to figure out what's right and wrong once they get to school. they should pretty much have an idea of what it is before they ever hit the school. So
All kill each other, right?
What to think is a parent's job.
And what I mean by that is there is such a thing as, I mean, look, I'm going to get into trouble saying this, original sin. People don't like me saying original sin. I once got into a huge load of trouble on Twitter where I happened to be visiting Paris. I was walking down the Champs-Elysees. I saw a tweet. Somebody said something about kids being naughty. I retweeted it and said, yeah, like original sin. Who told me to do that? Next thing you know, I was having to go on TV to defend myself. I was being attacked.
You're talking to an increasingly Orthodox Catholic. So you have nothing to worry. You are in a safe space for talk of the...
And Orthodox Catholics, that's bullshit too. I don't know what the fuck these people are thinking. What is he becoming, Mel Gibson?
Fallenness of man.
Okay.
The imperfectibility of this world.
Exactly.
Both of which are facts. If
Well,
you
I
have
think
eyes
so.
as well. So you don't need to have a religious tradition to look at the world and see our brokenness and our fallenness and the imperfectibility of man. And what happens when you decide, let me try to perfect man? And you just get Maoism. You just get the killing fields of Cambodia. It's just every time.
Exactly. Exactly. I am not a Christian, but the point is that anybody, you see two toddlers sitting next to each other, you give them one toy, they will hit each other. They don't say, oh, darling, how about we share? You have it for 5 minutes and then I'll take it for 5 minutes. No toddler has ever said that in any country, in any language. You have to teach the toddler what to think. You have to teach him hitting is wrong, sharing is right. And if you don't teach them what to think, they will kill each other. That is what will happen. You have to teach children what, not how. And when you teach them the what, you teach them lots of content. You teach them some history and some geography and some science and some French and some Spanish and so on. And once you've taught them all this stuff and they have loads of knowledge, they can then independently about it.
She is
because you cannot
absolutely
be creative
right
about something or with something unless you know lots about it. So
essentially, the what is the knowledge, the creativity, and all that stuff. You got to have the tools, and the actual book knowledge is the tools, and the real world is where you take the tools and you build stuff. She's absolutely right in this particular case.
So, to go back to Elon Musk.
Can I throw something in that you're reminding me about technologically, which will be a nice segue back to Elon. We are in this interesting time.
Why do we
right
have
now,
to go back to
Elon?
Elon?
These large language models, and they're weird, but they are a kind of mirror on humanity in a way, a broken, impartial mirror. But they actually work exactly the way you're describing, right? Which is to say, the prior attempts to create artificial intelligence was to establish an elaborate structure of rules in an algorithm. That's a kind of teach the machine how to think. What it turned out was if you feed...
Clarice, the point about empathy and sympathy came up. You missed Ben Thorpe went on some atheist podcast Sunday and made the argument that God is love. And basically the two hosts basically deconstructed his point, because his point is silly, quite frankly. God is love is something you would preach to your Catholic congregation, or because he's Catholic, to your congregation. You teach something like that to believers or people who are inclined to believe. The two atheists, I'm pretty sure they were atheists on the panel, basically said love, number one, God is love. God is not love. Okay. Because they basically said they made the rose by any other name sort of argument. Love is just a word. It's a descriptor of a feeling. So, they kind of went that line, which I tend to agree with. And then empathy came up versus sympathy. At least in my mind, it's empathy versus sympathy. If you're talking Christian love, and I'm a Christian, or at least was raised as one, so I don't want to talk about, anything other than maybe an Abrahamic sort of deal. But the empathy, to have empathy, you've got to have some form of either Christian love, love your fellow man sort of thing, or a platonic love, something like that. Okay, empathy is, feeling for another person's plight, whereas sympathy is more distant. And it's like, hey, you pity them, you know they're going through something, you kind of realize, but you don't necessarily feel for the person. So and it's an argument. It's not, like I'm some authority on this, but I personally don't think you can have empathy without some sort of brotherly love. You got to have some sort of feeling for your fellow man to form any sort of empathy. So that's my argument in a nutshell. I leave it to, the chat to figure it out, but I'm pretty sure I'm right.
Feed them all the text you possibly can, which is what, not how. The mechanism of
No, actually, that's not what Ben was saying. Ben was trying to justify the existence of God because love exists. Somewhere in the scriptures it says something like God is love. Therefore, if you feel love for somebody, whatever kind of love it is, that proves the existence of God. Okay, and the atheists just aren't having it. That's what he was trying to do. He was trying to proselytize. He wasn't making any sort of object-oriented argument. He was making a scriptural sort of homily sort of argument, and he sounded like a third grade, Catholic school girl talking about that sort of thing.
Of the transformer technology that underlies these things gives rise to something that sure looks a lot like how to think, like analysis and text prediction that pass.
Okay, Palomino, I know you guys just you gotta have something to fuss at me about. I don't have a doubt in my argument. I have no doubt that I'm right. You guys need to whip out a dictionary, and maybe I need to do like Miss Burble Sing here and teach y'all what to think, so you have the tools to get creative. But I'm sorry. I think my argument, at least in a Christian sense, is sound. Sociopath. I fear you all don't know what a sociopath is. That's why you're bandying the word about.
This is the Turing test, and now even a kind of step-by-step analytical process. So
actually,
it appears that
Lou, it is a very sound argument. Okay, you can't point to an object called love and say that is love. I don't need to even make an argument farther than that. I don't know where y'all get this bullshit from.
At least in terms of the computer world, you have to start with what before you can get to how for any of that tech to work, which I think underlies your point.
Do better.
I don't know that these things ultimately work like we do. They might be like the airplane that uses jets instead of flapping its wings. But it's still pretty interesting that that's the case.
Yeah. Well, that's amazing. I've never thought about that, but absolutely. Exactly. How?
I kind of do wonder
how does anyone do anything? So to get back to Elon, look, if you put a car in front of me and said, Catherine, do something creative with the car. Create a different sort of car. I would say, I can't do that. I don't know anything about cars. So there's no way I can be creative. Elon Musk can be creative with cars because he knows about cars. He's unable to be.
Lou, I don't know where you're going there. Of course, emotions aren't objects. That's the whole point. And love is not a discrete object either. But I think emotions are actually quantifiable if you want to go down and measure hormones and stuff like that. Love is just a concept. It is not a discrete object, and a concept. What the atheists are saying is if you can't prove the existence of God, um, then you're pretty much cooked as far as an argument. And love is not a discrete object. It is as ethereal as God is. Just like God is called different things in different languages, love is called different things in different languages. And that right there, the two concepts not having a consistent word, is proof that both are conceptual, and not being able to point and go, "That's love." Um, you know, um, it's a label, like they said, and I know you guys want to wrangle with the concept and all, but you know, pretty much the last I'll say on it because I'm beating a dead horse here.
Creative with education and succeed because he doesn't know anything about education. I, on the other hand, do know loads about education, which is why I've turned education on its head, which is why I'm controversial, which is why
Actually, Palomino, lightning is an object. It's a bunch of ions. It's measurable. It can be recreated in a lab. Yes, it's an object. Thank you, sir.
I've had over 7,000 visitors come and visit my school because I know education. So I am thinking independently about it. I'm being creative with it. I'm out of the box. The only way that you can be out of the box on anything is if you know lots about it. So this idea that we need to be teaching kids how to think, it's just silly. You need to teach them what to think. You need to give them loads and loads of knowledge. And then it's not like they don't do anything with the knowledge. So if you come to our school, you will see children learning at speed. I mean, the pace is incredible. They learn so much. And then if you were to sit with them at lunch and have chats with them about history or geography or science and so on, they will impress you to no ends. You won't believe everything that they know and think and so on. And then they'll be able to give you differing opinions at the table about what they think about 1066 or whatever it is, whatever historical battle you want to discuss. They will have different opinions about it because they know it inside out. And that's because their teacher knew more than they do. The teacher gave them the knowledge, allowed them to do some exercises, which meant that they would remember the knowledge. And then once...
Okay, Palomino, you can measure energy. You cannot measure love. I don't know why that's not obvious, but you're worrying me, son.
Once you've got that knowledge in their long-term memories, they can use that knowledge and develop it to come up with their own ideas about that knowledge.
Okay, and Lou, I know tons of people who think they're street smart and think that's all there is. Being street smart means you're smart in the streets. Doesn't mean you're smart anywhere else, and vice versa. The Renaissance man is gonna have both the book knowledge and the street smarts or common sense or whatever you want to call it. One over the other, in my experience, you'll be lacking. You're not a complete person if you're only street smart, and vice versa. If you only have book smarts, you're not a complete person. You need both.
That is what creativity is. And sadly, Elon and everybody, doesn't understand how to get creativity. He himself did not become creative because he's obviously very creative and independently minded. He's become that way by finding out lots of stuff, by becoming knowledgeable. He doesn't get that. And this is what people do all the time. They retrieve, they have a traditional education. Somebody gives them lots of knowledge, or they find the knowledge themselves by reading loads. They become creative, and then they say to their own children, or to the children, often poor children in the inner city, no, I'm going to do something brilliant for you. Let's do something creative with you. We're going to have lessons in your school where everybody puts a Post-it note on each other's head, and then you wander around the classroom trying to identify who has a Post-it note that's just like yours. Okay, you can do that, and it's fun. And I've seen similar sorts of exercises happen a million times in a million different classrooms across the Western world. But I can tell you at the end of the lesson, while everybody's had a good time, few children have learned very much. Few children remember very much. What they remember is, wasn't that fun with the Post-it note? But do they know much about the history that you were meant to be learning that lesson? No. And so are they ever going to be truly creative later in life about the history that they were learning? No, because they don't know any. And then, because they haven't been told what to think, right? And they don't know anything, they are ripe for TikTok because they don't know any history.
Yeah.
The only history that they're then going to learn is what they're taught on TikTok. So TikTok, you can't put a video for more than 30 seconds on there, otherwise you lose people's attention. So via 25-second, 28-second videos pushing a particular woke agenda, children are going to learn their history. So they are then being taught what to think by TikTok instead of being taught what to think by their teachers, who should be, now this is the problem, and Elon is right to pick up on this, the teachers should be sensibly minded, small c conservative, slightly fuddy-duddy people who in 1955, there were loads of them. Nowadays, all of our teachers are very woke and believe that the way children should be taught is to radicalize them and make them into adults.
I actually disagree with that. It depends on where your school is. I actually think the public schools are less likely to radicalize children than some of these esoteric, like Montessori type schools. Uh, Other than like a actual like religious school, some of these more, you know, I don't know, some of these elite schools with the unique or what's the word I'm looking for? Some of these weird educational schemes. I think that's where kids get radicalized. I don't see how, you know, public school education, and again, it's my personal experience. My son went through public schools, small town public schools. There wasn't anything radical there. As a matter of fact, my both the Virginia school, it was a small town school, and the Georgia schools that my son went to were, um, yeah, I wouldn't call them radical at all. Maybe it's a northern thing. I put the link in the to this video in the chat. Let me do the same thing. Let's see here. Let me put the link in the other chat. And then we're going to listen to the last segment. And then, you know, if y'all can hit the link or come up and chat over the stuff, you know, the news articles or whatever's on your mind. Let's see here. Where's that video? Did I not put it in there? Apparently I didn't. We're running two different versions of this chat. One's going to my channel, and the other one's going to John's channel. We're simulcasting. So I need to make sure this video gets put in both chats. So there it is. Share. Okay, so we'll watch the last segment, which this last segment I didn't get to watch, but the title is interesting. This segment is called Freedom is Not a Complete Value Set. My idea, and it's more or less, I'm copycatting someone else. Basically, freedom is the ability to make plans and see them through. Basically, you can set a goal, a worthy goal, and achieve that goal without, either without people kind of impeding you from achieving that goal, and you might even receive help. So let's see where this goes. Oh, wait, hold it.
As we come to a close, I want to come to something that you've talked about that we started with in a way, which is the question of freedom. Now, as I've sort of alluded to and said about the rap videos, I went to film school. I worked in television for 12 years before getting into big ideas and stuff. My entry point back into the academic as an adult with a long bus commute was reading Friedrich Hayek and free market stuff and becoming very much a hardcore libertarian.
Jesus
and a libertarian,
Christ.
as you know, and as you criticize, values freedom as the primary, almost the singular value or virtue. Jonathan Haidt talks about this in The Righteous Mind. He notes that libertarians / classical liberals are actually as unidimensional as left-wingers. Like left-wingers care about care, and libertarians care about, if I remember this correctly, like oppression / liberty. And conservatives, more traditionalist people, actually have the full palette of moral concerns, is the way he likes to put it.
Okay, that's bullshit. The reason Haidt puts it that way is he's a conservative, so of course he's going to favor his team.
These different dimensions, sovereignty and loyalty and sanctity and these other things, disgust. These are all part of the picture. So,
Okay, Lou, listen to what I said. The ability to make a plan and see that plan through. Okay, maybe I kind of did misspeak now that I think about it. Impediments that you can overcome are just, that's life. Okay, as long as you can overcome them. You might need help overcoming them. You might have to work harder or whatever. I guess what I meant is you are prevented from achieving that goal. So, sorry, I wasn't clear. Impediments are expected, but you can get around them or solve the problem, what have you. I meant prevented. Like someone comes out and says, well, nope, you're not going to achieve that goal. You're going to do something else.
I have noticed in myself as I've aged and hopefully gotten a little wiser isn't that I've become less libertarian per se, but it has come to be that, oh, wait, like all systems, even down to the mathematics of them, the logic of individualist liberty makes a set of institutional assumptions in which it cannot function without the respect for the individual. We've talked about this already because
this is
they
all
do
just
seem to
gobbledygook.
require a context that sets the rules of the game for freedom to work. There's a great.
Is this what they call right woke? Because that's what he sounds like. Okay, nowhere in there does he define what freedom is. He defines it as something you're trying to like get to. And this sounds mighty woke to me. Respect for individual. How is that any different from woke? He sounds like a right-wing social justice warrior. Respect for individual. Let me go back and replay a little bit of this.
In which it cannot function without the respect for the individual. We've talked about this already.
Man.
They do seem to require a context that sets the rules of the game for freedom to work. There's a couple quotes I want to read. One of which I saw is on the wall of your school, Virginia Woolf, "Freedom comes from self-control." There's two others, and then I'm going to open the floor up for you to have at it. The second one is from Aristotle. "Freedom is a property of the will which is realized through truth. Freedom is given to man as a task to be accomplished."
Exactly.
And my final one, which former versions of myself would push on, that now I think to be profoundly true, but challenging because it almost seems like a contradiction. This is from Pope John Paul II. "Freedom consists not in doing what we like, but in having the right to do what we ought." Which sounds like, well, wait, freedom to do the right thing, is that even freedom? But I'm now realizing, no, that is profoundly true. And simply valuing freedom just doesn't seem like enough. The floor is yours. Respond how you like.
Yeah, well, that's absolutely right. You know, the freedom to do what is right. Like, what is life about? It's not just being free to just do anything. Like, it's it's about finding purpose. It's about living a life that is worthy of dignity. You know, it's about finding something, a purpose in life where you can contribute, where you can look back at 85 and say, I did something with my life. I contributed. I made the world into a better place. I made myself into a better person. I left something behind in terms of children, like you were saying, or something. You left something, you know, which is why a housewife and a mother who's never worked can have the most extraordinary life, because she's raised her children and made the world
quite hard and has worked quite
well,
hard.
Indeed. But I mean, you know, in a job.
Yeah, I know.
You know,
yeah.
I mean.
Okay, how is freedom making the world a better place? I don't get that. That is a very religious sort of thing, I guess.
The thing is that the libertarian position I'm highly critical of, because you're not just meant to be free to do anything. And I understand why we're fighting for freedom of speech now. It's absolutely right that we should, because obviously it's under threat. And it is one of the great bastions of Western society. Without it, we're finished. So I absolutely 100% believe in freedom. But the freedom needs to be... constrained is the wrong word, but it needs to be carefully managed. And we need to think about, look, you said it, without shame, we can't be free.
Okay, this is just all over the place. Freedom does not need to be managed. Well, I guess you could make that argument, but the way she's saying managed, all it is the freedom. Freedom is you can make plans and take the plans through completion. Now, we'll assume that those plans are constructive, but the make the world a better place and all that stuff, that's all nice to haves. I think this is probably heading towards right wing woke, and I'm poking the bear a little bit, but uh, these two could do better. What's up, tough guy?
Yo, what the fuck going on, man?
Well, we're sitting here criticizing these people talking about education. Most of it has been okay, but they're getting. Wait, are you? What are you eating?
I'm just drinking lemonade.
Oh, okay. You're slurping, not drinking. Um, the anyway, I think they're talking around freedom, kind of telling you what freedom will accomplish, maybe, but they're not defining it, and maybe that's not their point. I don't know, but I was expecting to hear something, and my plans are not being realized.
Oh, okay.
Because the shame
They're
and the social
these people are oppressing me by not giving me the definition of freedom.
norms are what keep us in line. If we're free, we'll all just kill each other. Like that, you can't just be free. There's more to life than freedom. And I know that Americans will listen to this and think, "That's how can you
Okay,
say that?" But you can't just let toddlers be free. They will kill each other. We have a duty as adults to teach them how to behave. That last quote of yours,
no.
freedom to behave as we ought to behave. That is what we're teaching children.
No.
Elon is wrong when he says, because he's thinking.
Well, I'm gonna just let this woman.
Like an American, and he thinks freedom of speech, freedom of speech. He's all about that. But I don't think I think people who think like that, they haven't thought it through properly. And frankly, it's the libertarian who gives permission to the woke to take over. Because the libertarian says, be free, do whatever you like. And then they say, well, we all want to be woke. Well, okay, then. You asked for it, right? Be free, teachers. Teach whatever you like. Okay, then. You asked for it, right? Like, we can't just say...
giving libertarians too much credit in our institutions. We have always been outcasts like yourself.
No, but it's that thinking. So when I say libertarians,
If you're Palomino, the goal, I don't know. I think the goal should not be making the world a better place. Okay, maybe by doing whatever the goal is, the achievable goal, um, you may make the world a better place as a consequence. But I just want to make sure that, when I send a child off into the world, I'm not, they don't have the idea that, oh, I'm going to go out and make the world a better place. There's some things you can't do. There's no way, your goals should be achievable, and they can be lofty goals, but they should be achievable. That old thing about, we, and they did it when I was a kid, you can be anything you want to be. That's like that's like saying, hey, you're going to go out and make the world a better place. That's kind of hyperbolic. You should always have achievable goals, or and you're not going to, they should be lofty enough to be a challenge, and you may or may not achieve those goals, but you shouldn't just be, looking to, to necessarily go to Mars. And, I know Elon Musk wants to go to Mars and all that stuff. In my opinion, I don't think he's making the world a better place with that sort of goal. But that's my personal feelings towards it.
Well, you never know, man. You never know.
Oh, well, you know what? If he does it great, I don't think it'll improve the Earth.
No, I mean, that's because he's trying to leave it. I mean, if he's trying to leave it, that's not really
I
trying
know I tend, 12th man, I tend to like women who are a little bit offbeat. She's definitely offbeat. I'm okay with her. So, let's see. Is there anything else in this chat? I don't think she's scary at all.
Yeah.
It still shows up. What the hell are you doing? Man, that's annoying. All right, well let me go ahead and stop fussing here. Hey Tom, good to see you.
It's that libertarian thinking that has permeated everything, where where the conservatism that you say, those people in the middle who understand what the sanctity is, the idea of the sacred, they understand family and faith and flag, and they value these things, right? And they know how precious traditionalism is, and how you mustn't throw the baby out with the bathwater, and how we must protect ways that have gone before us and the shoulders of giants that we stand on. We have to protect them because they are precious and they are fragile, right?
Now she's
That's what the
getting
conservative
scary.
understands. The libertarian, I don't think understands that. He's far too rash. And look, I am somebody who's a real rebel, and I'm,
No, you're not.
I stand up when other people sit down and so on. I get that.
No, the woman is frenetic. She needs a barbiturate. Now she's kind of getting little worrisome here.
So I get the kind of instinct of the libertarian, but we must conserve as the conservative does, and the libertarian doesn't do enough of that.
We must conserve.
We have spent time together beating up on things that we both find abhorrent. I want to open up a fig leaf, perhaps, to and
fig leaf
help. One of the things I'm trying to grapple with is your school provides extreme amounts of structure in which I think the freedom to actually become what you are capable of can flourish. I think it's amazing.
So she's offering freedom.
But there is a lot of diversity of behavior, not all in our and ways and modes. And it does strike me that Michaela might not be for everyone. And that more broadly, the tradition worth conserving is like a bell curve. And at the edges of the curve is where the productive progressivism in our tension probably rightly lives. They're the abolitionists of slavery. They're the reformers that actually say, hey, the stuff inside that part of the bell curve actually sucks. Let's stop doing that. And it seems like we have to somehow have a dualism that says the norms are good. Being shamed for being unhealthy is good because we don't want there to be no cost to doing bad. And yet also be open and have space for the critic, so long as the critic doesn't flatten the whole place. How do you think about the tension between the critic, the reformer, the progressive, and the positive role they can play, have played, and the norm, the center of the bell curve, the part that is worth conserving and standing upon the wall, as Buckley said, declaring, no, stop, no more change. How do you balance that? And we can sort of let that be the...
Yeah, well, yes, because I need to go and do the training for my staff, so I don't have long. the thing is that I think we probably had it at some point, you know, maybe in the 90s or I don't know. Like, it's funny because in those days, I just took it all for granted, you know? I thought that was normal. I didn't realize how much...
90s.
Yeah, I didn't realize how much things could change for the worse, you know? I had no idea. And that's because we don't recognize how fragile what we've got here in the West is. And now, like you say, there's so many young people who don't even know what the 90s was, you know, because they were kids then. And it's look, I don't know. I don't know how you get there and then stay there. We haven't stayed there. We now need to make our way back there. So that's the challenge, actually. The challenge is how we get back to 1997. And so, you know, you must join me in building a time machine. And we will find a way.
I asked this very quick.
Okay, this is another thing that politicians, religious leaders, etc., they want to roll back the clock to 1997. And I think even, you know, I know what they mean. They don't really mean a time machine, but you know what? Time moves forward. Okay, maybe you can recreate the conditions, but bottom line is the genie's already out of the bottle. Okay, containing it and reversing it, you know, that's not going to happen. No matter how much we fight, you know, even if you go in and change policies, that genie is out of the bottle, and we need to meet people where they are. You know, I use that phrase a lot. You know, it kind of starts out as a joke, or it's kind of a running joke. But, you know, it worries me when people want to talk about, hey, 1997 was so great. You know, let's go back to it. That's just ridiculous. Every day is better than the last. And I'm a bit of a cynic. And I don't even buy into the argument that tomorrow's going to be worse. If you actually think tomorrow is going to be worse, it's going to be worse. And, you know, as cliche as it might be, there is a certain value in the power of positive thinking. Conservatives are just fucking doom and gloomers sometimes. And they need to stop that shit. So anyway, I put the link to the to this podcast. It's called Dad Saves America, which I kind of like the title, but it's the links in the chat. I just put there's a documentary on this woman and her school that's in the chat. And I wouldn't mind watching the documentary, but I'm afraid I have to look at it first because it's a TV documentary and there may be, you know, copyright strikes and stuff, even though it's over in Britain. But what I am going to do is show this. This is the school. This is the school's website, which I'll actually put in the chat too. Or I did actually. I think I did. And this is a video embedded in the school's website. This is over in London. So let's see what this is all about.
Sometimes I think people think about Michaela and they think, oh gosh, is it really mean? And are all the teachers like bouncers? And of course, it's nothing like that. What's key about Michaela is that the teachers are in charge. They're in charge of the children's learning and they lead that. And the children then feel safe in that environment to be able to put their hands up and answer loads of questions. The children know that we're with them and the children trust us. The teachers love them, the children love them back. I think teachers come here because they really believe in the bigger mission. They know that we're trying to transform the lives of these children in the inner city. Teachers come here because they want to change the world. We believe very much in the idea of personal responsibility.
We want our children to feel personally responsible for who they are and to know that they own that. They own who they are, and whoever they become, they are the captain of their souls. If they come to Michaela, they're going to become better people. I think sometimes people might think Michaela's just about exam results, but we're about so much more than that. We believe very much in the development of the whole child. We teach gratitude at the school. We talk about the importance of duty to the community, to your family. And
you need to be happy we even brought your ass into this school. Is that what she means? No, Palomino, I disagree. I think, well, number one, you need to understand MAGA has some intersections with conservatism. I don't consider MAGA a conservative movement. I don't know that both sides are doom and gloom. The type of doom and gloom I'm talking about is thinking that it was better back in 1997 versus, hey, every day is better than the last. And of course, you'll do, 3 steps forward, 2 steps back. But, in the end, the arc of the future or whatever, well, the arc of whatever is going to bend towards the future, whether you want it or not. So, this OG, I wish we could go back to 1997. Let's make America great again and all that stuff. I think that some of that is just kind of negative Nancy-ism.
these are ideas that we narrate constantly with the children. They stand up proudly and say, I want to thank my mom for waking me up this morning, or they want to thank their teacher for making some resources for them. During this coronavirus, I have never seen commitment like I saw from our staff here. 100% attendance from everybody. Teachers were crying with the kids because they were realizing that they might not see them again.
Oh my Lord.
We are the Michaela family. We recite poetry together. We sing songs together. We believe in a better world. And we do that by making sure our children develop into really wonderful adults. I love being a teacher. I don't know why everyone wouldn't want to become a teacher, really. It's the best job in the world.
Ready, get set, go.
Yep, doesn't look like my cup of tea, but as long as the kids are getting something out of it. Let's see. Well, that pretty much concludes the video portion of this evening. This morning. What's up, 12th man?
Hey, what's up, Stanley? Kind of seemed pretty strange school to me.
Well, it's in an inner city, and there's schools like that in the United States. If you're familiar with a guy named, Ira, he's associated with the American Enterprise Institute. He runs schools in the the Harlem area, and it's a private school. There's a whole movement to privatize education. Basically, it's going to be privatized to a point to where he's like CEO of a school system. He's got several schools, and it's basically a school that is for profit. Which I tend Ian. What is his name? It's Ian Rowe. Ian Rowe is his name. Let me see. Can I find him? So there's schools like that in the United States. Probably some magnet schools too.
We have a couple of private schools, and we have the what do you call them? Charter schools, which are really public schools, but you have to draw a lottery to get into them.
Some of them you do.
The CIA school here is called Cook Inlet Academy, which is kind of the major one, and it's nothing like that. I mean, yeah, they all had to dress in uniform and all that, but
right,
it just didn't seem quite as
Palomino,
weird.
I don't know who's telling you this, but I haven't heard anybody say Trump's gonna be a dictator. Nothing's foregone. In saying that he's a dictator has nothing to do with being liberal. There are people on the right who think he's going to be a dictator.
Well, some concessions were made today.
Hey,
with,
Lou, hold on one sec. Lou, you're seeing something I
Yeah.
don't see. But if you are indeed right, I need everybody to hit my Cash App with enough money to fly to London.
Well, Trump isn't a dictator; he's a
Palomino,
negotiator.
Palomino, I think people have been telling you, liberals have been saying that. I mean, I am a liberal, and I haven't heard people say that. I think I've heard he's a threat to democracy, but you can be a threat to democracy and not be a dictator.
Well, I don't think you're that liberal, Stanley. You're conservative on a lot of sides. Just
Yeah,
I don't really see you as a liberal.
Not in everything. I'm probably scarily, probably more. I have some libertarian leanings. Like I think people ought to be left alone to fuck up.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So this is Ian Rowe. He's a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. He's a friend of Glenn Lowry's, believe it or not, and his research areas are education and upward mobility, family formation, success sequence, adoption, and if I recall, he's He's got an MBA from Harvard. He's basically running a, 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 a for-profit school called Vertex Partnership Academies. And let's see, he's had some help from Bill and Melinda Gates, USA Freedom Corps. He's got a bunch of sponsors. Teach for America. Oh, this is his experience. So he did Teach for America. He did Anderson Consulting. So he's done that. He worked for the USA Freedom Corps. Looks like he worked for MTV for a while. That's interesting. So he worked for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation as deputy director of post-secondary success. He was CEO of a company called Public Prep, and then now, excuse me, now he's a co-founder at Vertex Partnership Academies. So yeah, he's a pretty, education is his business, literally. So anyway, I was saying his academies are somewhat like this Michaela experience, at least if memory serves. I've never been to one, but I've seen documentaries on his schools.
Well, I think you got to ask yourself. Well, ask yourself a question. Why shouldn't they be paid after the time, energy, and money they put into mastering education? Because there's no doubt that private school students, even in high school, tend to go to college and excel there, and even homeschool score better above.
Yeah, I think public
public
schools are
school.
just fine. I think what it is, and private schools probably maybe more just, you know, private schools tend to be more themed in that, like I went to Catholic schools. They're
Right.
either religious schools. Sometimes there'll be, most of the private schools that I know of in Georgia, or at least let's just say in Savannah, were Christian schools. There was one school, Country Day School, that I'm not sure. I can't remember. It might not have been religiously affiliated, but I'm pretty sure it probably was. Um, I think public schools are just fine, depending on the public school. Like my son went to public school, and whatever it was that private schools may do, he made it up in AP classes. Um, he took a shitload of AP classes and made it off. Uh,
Got a
my
scholarship and all that good stuff, Stanley.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is that if you're depending on a school and you missed part of this podcast I just showed, um, the emphasis was put on um, you shouldn't be teaching young kids, at least the younger kids, how to think. You should be teaching them what
Right.
to think. Essentially, what's right, what's wrong, etc., and then it becomes habit. Um, so my caveat to that, or my what I put on top of that, is kids should know kids should know what to think um, from when they set foot in the school. Okay, school is just there to teach. It is not to parent. It is not to teach kids what to think or anything like that. It really should be reading, writing, and arithmetic. The morality piece and all that stuff. If you go to a religious school, of course, shit. We used to go to mass pretty much every day when I was in high school, anyway.
Yeah.
Um,
Nothing wrong
however,
with that.
well, if you like that sort of thing. I kind of OD'd on it. But
Yeah.
all I'm saying is that, even with the Catholic schools, I mean, we were oriented at home. Schools should not be parenting. Schools should not be teaching kids what to think. They should be teaching them like reading, writing, arithmetic, what to think. Well, schools even could teach how to think, but the what to think, what's right, what's wrong, what to do, what not to do, that needs to be home training. And if it's not, then it's not being done right.
I think they should just be taught like history and stuff like that, and basic math, and stuff like that, and English, and maybe add some Spanish in there, but don't be
Oh,
teaching
no.
people how to think. Yeah, I agree with that, Stanley. Just
So
teach the basics.
where is our emu gone, or our ostrich? I think it was an ostrich. This is Namibia. There were some. This is like a well or a watering hole or something.
In Australia?
Oh no, it's Namibia, and it is 9 in the morning there. So
Kind
hopefully,
of looks like Australia. Jesus.
well, there was an ostrich there. There it is. Apparently, ostrich. Oh, look at that! There's an ibex or something. You see it?
They had to kill a bunch of ostriches in Canada because they got the bird flu.
Huh.
So the government came in and killed all the ostriches.
So apparently animals come to this watering hole here.
Nice.
You can see it's
I
some
wonder, is
sort of
that a
spring.
natural watering hole, or did someone
Well,
dig
yeah, it's
that?
a natural spring, but you can see they built kind of like a structure
Yeah.
to kind of pool it up.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what the deer are doing. I don't know. I've just kind of gotten fascinated with these wildlife cams.
Yeah, nature is awesome.
Let's see here. We'll switch it over
I've been
to.
watching a bunch of bear videos lately, and close encounters and stuff like that with bears.
Right. So I don't know. I'll probably stay up another hour or so. Then I'm gonna wrap this up. Um, so let's see. I came on a little bit after 10, and let's see. We will close this out. Close this out. I really do kind of want to watch this.
Oh, good Lord, Stanley.
Well,
that woman again.
Well, I don't have a problem with her.
She looks like a white black girl.
Well, she's from Canada, and I think she's Asian actually.
Never seen an Asian with an afro.
Yeah, well, there are probably a lot of things.
I suppose it could happen.
Yeah, they're white people with afros. You know, there is such a thing as a perm.
Yeah, I had a Jerry curl in my teens when Easy and all them were coming out.
As a matter of
I had
fact,
a Jerry curl.
it's always the people with straight hair who want curly hair, and vice versa. Like my wife, you know, when my son was young, his hair was really straight. It really didn't start becoming curly until he was in high school. Well, probably middle school. Once the hormones hit, it's pretty straight. As a matter of fact, when he was really young, he had this obsession with hair gel. Never quite understood it, but he did.
Excuse me.
Let's see what else. What else is here? There they are. So this is the food pantry for deer, the pond view. Must be a frozen pond somewhere. Oh, look at that deer standing up. Who knew they could do that?
And if I had the land to do that, I might for moose, but it's illegal here to do that in the first place. But if I could, I would. Then you'd have meat in your yard all the time. So when shit hits the fan, there you go.
Well, I'm thinking this is some sort of preserve.
Yeah, yeah,
The mission is to just keep them healthy through the winter until because so much of the natural forage gets covered in snow and dies off and that sort of stuff.
yeah. Well, I hadn't seen no snow there yet. Did
Oh,
they
there's
have
snow on.
snow there?
Yeah, snow on the ground.
I don't see
Yep.
snow on there.
It's if you look at the troughs, you can see where it's kind of piled up there. Now it's packed snow because they've been walking all over it, but no, it's there. So let's see. I don't know. I don't have anything really lined up.
Are you glad there won't be any tariffs or boycotts or anything
Uh,
like that?
well, China's tariffs took effect. The 10% tariff at
Yeah,
midnight.
that's
So
the only one.
the China tariffs have gone into effect, and the tariffs are just delayed. They're not canceled.
Right, right, right. Yeah. They agreed to make concessions and most,
No, I don't know. I don't know that they've agreed to do some stuff. Um, I wouldn't call it concessions because the first thing Canada did was slap a 25% tariff on U.S. stuff. So Mexico pretty much wanted to cooperate immediately. Canada was like, "Fuck you, we're going to tariff you back." So
they
I don't think.
eventually conceded though.
No,
They,
I think it was a mutual concession.
well,
Canada, Canada is a first world nation. They are
yeah, and
not
they
without.
agreed
They are
to.
not. They are not without economic tools, and
I know.
Canada did not make concessions any more than the U.S. did.
Well,
But
They agreed to
no,
1.3.
you're framing
Yeah,
it
you're not
differently.
gonna let me finish. Sorry.
No, I'm not going to until I finish. Um, I heard what you said about Canada conceding. I'm
Yeah,
saying
they did.
I'm saying it was a mutual concession because they slapped 25%. So you could also
Well,
say
they they agreed to 1.3 billion dollars and more border security along the Canadian-U.S. border, and they also designated cartels as a terrorist organization, and they also committed a lot more troops to the northern border and to wipe out fentanyl coming in the United States. So that's what Canada committed to right there.
I'm unimpressed.
So they did kind of concede while agreements are in place for deliberation.
And you're not going to hear what the U.S. conceded now, are you?
What did we concede?
I have no idea. Of course, that's not going to be reported.
I don't think we
Believe
conceded
me,
anything.
Canada didn't do all that without some concessions from the U.S. I don't. It'll come out in the wash.
Well, that's what Canada decided to do. And
Okay,
all
I'm
we're
telling
asking
you,
them to do is,
motherfucker, you're gonna keep pressing. I'm saying countries don't do stuff like that. It was a mutual thing. Okay, now. Maybe I'm getting the wrong impression, but you're thinking that it was that the U.S. basically Canada's doing all this, and all the U.S. had to do was say, "Hey, we need you to do this." That's not how. That's not how these things work.
Well, I agree. We agreed to keep subsidizing them at almost $200 billion a year for now,
Okay,
until
well, it
trade
sounds like they got
negotiations can be worked out.
sounds like they got the better of the deal. But in any case, I don't really care one way or the other. I was impressed that Canada was like, "Hey, you know what? We're gonna slap 25% on you. You know, if you want to do 25%, we're gonna do 25%."
That was
It was
the other day.
no, it was Sunday or Saturday.
Today is today.
Today is well. When I saw the news, it was Monday. All this pretty much developed over the weekend.
Well, when are they gonna confirm Trump's appointee?
No idea.
Like, how long does it take for them to vote on something
Well,
in
some
the
of them have.
Senate? This is
Some of them
getting
have.
ridiculous.
You know what? Who's running both houses of Congress? Do you
Well, who
recall?
keeps putting off the vote?
Okay,
I
wait,
don't get
hold
it.
it. Who is running both houses of Congress? Do you
Not
know which?
running exactly.
Do you know? Do you know which party?
Yeah, I do, but it's a
Okay, well,
close
awesome.
tie,
Then
and
then
it's a
you need
close
to
tie in
don't
both
be
chambers.
don't
They
be
won.
nope nope
You know
nope nope
that.
nope. Republicans have majorities in both houses. You need to fuss. You need to fuss at them Republicans. They need to speed it up.
I agree. Somebody does. I mean,
I
dang.
am so yeah, Palomino, I'm happy Canada didn't bend over and let Trump fuck them. So somebody needs to stand up to Trump. God knows MAGA Republicans aren't going to do it.
Stand up to him for what?
Well, him doing a unilateral tariff for starters.
Are you cooking in the kitchen, Stanley?
No, I did it over. Yes, Palomino, I'm in the U.S. Where are you?
Did he
Palomino,
seriously ask you that if
Palom,
you're in the U.S.?
yeah, Palomino. I don't hate Trump. I just think that he's got low character. Okay, yeah, I have problems with bullies, and Trump is a wannabe bully. And China, you know that 10% tariff on China. Um, they're not gonna. That probably won't be the end of it.
Personally, I make enough money off of some Chinese goods that $10 aren't gonna hurt me a bit. I mean, I already get the diesel heaters for around.
Okay, well, you're not getting oil from China, are you?
No, but I buy other stuff from over there, and I make 100% profit on it selling diesel heaters to hunters.
Oh, I see. I see.
Like all I do is I buy about 10 or 20 of them
Mm-hmm.
at about $100 a pop, and then I sell them for $225 a pop. So another $10 on those diesel heaters aren't gonna hurt me one bit.
Oh, are they coming from China?
Mm-hmm.
Was it an across the board, a board tariff, across the board tariff, or was it specific to types of products? So I didn't think heaters. I knew there were. I know there's electric cars, solar panels, um, chips, computer chips. Um, were there more things?
Is it a blanket tariff or not, Stanley? That's a good question. I didn't think about that.
I didn't think it was. I saw those or 3 or 4 items I mentioned: electric cars, solar panels, microchips, and batteries. Might be more. Might be more
Battery?
things. Might be. Yeah.
I thought you said heaters too, or something.
No. Well, I didn't see heaters unless now maybe they have microchips in them.
Oh, they do. Yeah.
Okay. Well, then, yeah, might be effective.
'Cause you can do Bluetooth. Like I can sit here from my phone and control my heater. I don't even have to I could turn it off or on. Everything with that.
By the way, everybody, I'm going to drop the link to my YouTube channel in the chat. If I could get everybody to like, share, and subscribe to the John Galt channel. If you're new, um, subscribe and all that stuff. And for the folks in the chat, if you would subscribe to my channel, because at some point I am actually going to do some content from it, mostly, just stuff that I wind up pre-recording and uploading. Probably won't do, I'm simulcasting live to the John Galt channel, to the backup John Galt channel in my channel. I don't know if I'll do any independent lives other than testing because I'm using OBS to see if it's worth any salt. But I haven't, I'm just learning how to use it. I just downloaded it yesterday. But anyway, subscribe to my channel, please. And also make sure you're hitting the like on this channel to get the likes up. And let's see. And I will be wrapping up the show around 3 o'clock in 33 minutes or so, unless the spirit hits me. But I doubt it will. I'm actually.
I know you got some spirits around there somewhere, Stanley. Maybe have a shot.
Nah, it's too late now. I'm really more interested in sleep.
Never too late.
Nah,
yeah.
I can.
You need your rest, especially when you start getting older. I know, Stanley. Yeah.
Well, it's really not. It's really not the rest as much as the odd hours. The one thing that I've found is that you actually really do need regular hours. Shift work is tough. Um, and this is kind of like a de facto shift work because, I was doing two to whenever, and then now I'm doing the evenings temporarily. So at some point, we'll go back to normal hours, I guess. Oh, you know what? That reminds me. The title of today's show, we've been in the country the longest and understand it the least. That's for black people. It was a guy named Diallo Kenyatta, who is actually, I think he still has a YouTube show. He's kind of like a well, he's a community activist, cum philosopher. And, I absolutely agree with that point that black people have been in North America, at least in the Americas, longer than many of the Europeans. If you'll recall, blacks, Africans came over with the Spanish. There were black conquistadors. As a matter of fact, the first person to domesticate wheat in North America was a black man. A lot of people don't know that. He was a conquistador, and so the upshot is that Black Americans, the foundational Black Americans, or American descendants of slaves, whatever appellation you want to use, should actually understand this country. And some people make the argument that we do, but I think it's ironic that it's a great statement, and I think that a lot of people in this John Galt space fit that description. Um, and I won't name names, but to me, understanding a country, besides actually, swimming in the cultural waters, knowing its history really well. Um, and most people don't even know American history that well. So, and for some reason, I guess history is a boring topic, but more people should know it better. And the patriotic education that people like Ron DeSantis insist on foisting upon kids, that's not an education. Um, that's, in my mind, that's brainwashing.
Social studies and history were my two favorite topics in high school, Stanley.
Yeah, I can't actually say history goes that others. I can't say they were my favorites.
Can't hear you, Stanley. You're too far away.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I walked away from the computer. Science and math, but particularly science, were always my favorites. I liked history and social studies okay, but English, I guess, I kind of like, but not that much.
I slept through math, but I still learned fractions. I got a above average
What the hell is he
score
talking
on
about
math.
here? What are you talking about, Stank D? You are literally, for someone who calls himself Stank D to talk to me about gay porn, do you're not making the impact you think you are. You sound like a pervert. Stank D
And
sounds like a pervert's name. I bet you go to
it does.
school. I
It
bet
does.
I bet I bet you go to school zones and like flash the little kids.
And that is a nasty name, man. It
Yeah,
Stink
I'm
D.
like, what the? Why does this dude think he's being effective? Somebody named Stank D is gonna talk to me about perversion? The hell? talk about lack of self-awareness. Okay, let's see what China's doing here. I just had a little news pop up here. Let's see what's going on here.
Breaking news, Stanley.
Well, I just
need that breaking news music break.
Oh,
like
yeah, that's a Porsche thing. Okay, let's go ahead and play this. See what it says. What the hell is all that? Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum agreed within 10th. Oh, this is much too fast. Hold on one sec here. Mexico's
10,000
President Claudia Sheinbaum agreed to send 10,000 National Guard troops to its northern border.
That's right.
Actually, their problem is more the southern border. A lot of the people from south of their border, the Venezuelans, those sorts of people, are coming across Mexico's southern border. I had a friend of mine. No, she said Mexico's northern border, which would be our southern border. They have a southern border too that gets broached by Venezuelans and other,
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I get it.
Let's see. And then Trump. Trump agreed to slow the flow. Oh, yeah, that's right. See, that's the other thing. We have a lot of weapons going from our country into Mexico. So, he's talking about the fentanyl and that sort of stuff. We've got some issues on our side that don't seem to make the news. We've got the gun running to south of the border, the illegal guns. And then we've also got like a raging, fentanyl market here. What is he doing to contain that?
Well, that's what it's about, Stanley.
No. You don't just blame, the addictions in America on Mexico. Do you remember seeing that that video from a few months ago, where a lot of these drugs are being brought in from south of the border by American citizens? You remember seeing that?
Making them though? Take out the people
Okay,
that are making them, then you solve the problem.
Okay, bullshit. Okay, you don't just blame the supplier. It's literally, there would be no supply if there wasn't a demand. So I want to know what the holistic solution is. The idea that these addictions are Mexico's fault.
So you just can't wipe out the industry. That's what you're saying. You don't think that can be done?
I'm saying, what about the people that are addicted? What are we doing?
They
What
got
are we
Narcan for that. Narcan is free everywhere.
Okay, what does Narcan have to do with curing the addiction?
They'll have to get over it because it won't be there no more.
Okay.
Get it?
Okay. No, I think that's idiotic. You don't just you don't cure an addict by making them go cold turkey. They will find other drugs or get desperate to figure out how to get fentanyl in.
Well, at least it might return back to basic
I'm saying,
opium and crack instead of
oh yeah,
fentanyl that kills people
that's
on the dime.
that's a solution. Go back to the less hard drugs like heroin. Let's see.
It doesn't kill
Okay,
near as many people as heroin
so
does.
Justin Trudeau agreed to appoint a fentanyl czar. Designate drug cartels as terrorists and send out 10,000 frontline personnel to their southern border. Okay, so let's see what let's listen to this article.
China on Tuesday slapped tariffs on U.S. imports in a swift response to new U.S. duties on Chinese goods, renewing a trade war between the world's top two economies, even as President Donald Trump offered reprieves to Mexico and Canada. An additional
Yep.
10% tariff across
All right,
all
it's
Chinese
all
imports
imports.
into the U.S. came into effect at 12:01 a.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday after Trump repeatedly warned Beijing it was not doing enough to halt the flow of illicit drugs into the United States. Within minutes, China's finance ministry said it would impose levies of 15% for U.S. coal and 10% for crude oil, farm equipment, and some autos. The new tariffs on U.S. exports will start on February 10th, the ministry said. Start the day smarter. Get all the news you need in your inbox each morning. China also said it was starting an anti-monopoly investigation in Alphabet Inc.'s
Ooh.
Google, while including both PeV Corp., the holding company for brands including Calvin Klein and U.S. biotechnology company Illumina on its unreliable entities list. Separately, China's Commerce Ministry and its Customs Administration said it is imposing export controls on tungsten, tellurium,
rare
ruthenium,
earth.
molybdenum, and ruthenium-related items to safeguard national security interests. China controls much of the
Oh,
world's
wow.
supply of such rare earths that are critical for the clean energy transition. Trump on Monday suspended his threat of 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada at the last minute, agreeing to a 30-day pause in return for concessions on border and crime enforcement with the two neighboring countries. But there was no such reprieve for China, and a White House spokesperson said Trump would not be speaking with Chinese President Xi Jinping until later in the week. During his first term in 2018, Trump initiated a brutal 2-year trade war with China over its massive U.S. trade surplus, with tit-for-tat tariffs on hundreds of billions of dollars worth of goods upending global supply chains and damaging the world economy. The trade war is in the early stages, so the likelihood of further tariffs is high, Oxford Economics said in a note as it downgraded its China economic growth forecast. Trump warned he might increase tariffs on China further unless Beijing stemmed the flow of fentanyl, a deadly opioid, into the United States. China hopefully is going to stop sending us fentanyl, and if they're not, the tariffs are going to go substantially higher, he said on Monday. China has called fentanyl America's problem and said it would challenge the tariffs at the World Trade Organization and take other countermeasures, but also left the door open for talks. The U.S. is a relatively small source of crude oil for China, accounting for 1.7% of its imports last year, worth about $6 billion. In 2019, Beijing slapped punitive tariffs on U.S. liquefied natural gas, retaliating for Washington's increase in tariffs on Chinese goods. The stakes are higher now, with China importing 4.16 million tons of U.S. liquefied natural gas in 2024 worth $2.41 billion, nearly double 2018 volumes. Stocks in Hong Kong paired gains after China's retaliation, while the dollar strengthened and the Chinese yuan fell, dragging the Australian dollar lower. Unlike Canada and Mexico, it is clearly harder for the US and China to agree on what Trump demands economically and politically. The previous market optimism on a quick deal still looks uncertain, said Gary Ng, senior economist at Natixis in Hong Kong. Even if the two countries can agree on some issues, it is possible to see tariffs being used as a recurrent tool, which can be a key source of market volatility this year. Neighborly deals. There was relief in Ottawa and Mexico City after both Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum said they had agreed to bolster border enforcement efforts in response to Trump's demand to crack down on immigration and drug smuggling. That would pause 25% tariffs due to take effect on Tuesday for 30 days. Canada agreed to deploy new technology and personnel along its border with the United States and launch cooperative efforts to fight organized crime, fentanyl smuggling, and money laundering. Mexico agreed to reinforce its northern border with 10,000 National Guard members to stem the flow of illegal migration and drugs. As president, it is my responsibility to ensure the safety of all Americans, and I am doing just that. I am very pleased with this initial outcome, Trump said on social media. Canadian industry groups, fearful of disrupted supply chains, welcomed the pause. That's very encouraging news, said Chris Davison, who heads a trade group of Canadian canola producers. We have a highly integrated industry that benefits both countries. Trump suggested on Sunday the 27-nation European Union would be his next target, but did not say when. EU leaders at an informal summit in Brussels on Monday said Europe would be prepared to fight back if the US imposes tariffs, but also called for reason and negotiation. The US is the EU's largest trade and investment partner. Trump hinted that Britain, which left the EU in 2020, might be spared tariffs. Trump acknowledged over the weekend that his tariffs could cause some short-term pain for U.S. consumers, but says they are needed to curb immigration and narcotics trafficking and spur domestic industries. This article originally appeared on USA Today. China hits back with tariffs on U.S. goods after Trump imposes new levies.
Any thoughts?
No, not really.
Yeah. Gonna be
I was
interesting.
thinking about this lady that lost one of her dogs on Coho Loop around here, and then like she showed pictures of her other dogs, and they look like they haven't been fed for a month. I thought, well, maybe if you would feed them, they wouldn't leave you.
Yeah.
She got all mad at me for that and started threatening me, shit like that. There's some local bullshit. That's true. If you're nice to your dog and you feed them and water them, give them treats, they'll never leave you.
Oh,
No.
I don't know. Huskies are notorious wanderers.
Well, he wandered just
I mean,
right
they'll
around
come.
here, like you don't.
They'll come.
And then
They'll come back.
if I call him, he always comes right back. You know, he might wander off, but not outside of my voice. Let's put it that way. Gotta keep an eye on him, man. Got like 4 fucking dogs, Stanley. Like, come on already. And they're all skinny as fuck. No wonder they're leaving. Just common sense basic, you know. When are you getting you a little dog, Stanley? You gonna get a poodle or what?
It's gonna be a while. I wouldn't mind a poodle, but I'll probably, if I do get a dog, it'll probably be a rescue pit bull terrier.
Really? You think your old ass can handle a dog that big?
That was my last dog. She wasn't a big dog. She probably got up to about 50 pounds.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty big.
Yeah, 45, 50 pounds. But um, no, I'm familiar with the breed. We had her for about 10 years, 10 or 11 years.
Well, you know, Sam Fisher is still in first place on the contest, Stanley.
Good.
For now. Got to keep those votes rolling in, though.
Well, how many rounds is the competition?
Well, we're on the top. We're going for the top 5 right now. And I'm still in number 1, or Sam is still in number 1 place. And then I think that we go off to a semifinals, then a quarterly finals, which is, so that's 2 weeks. And then the final. So there's only a few weeks left then. It's not an easy competition. Honored to still be in number 1 at this point, though. Everybody's giving so much love.
Let's see here.
I'll put them in the back chat if you want to share it, Stanley. I understand if you don't. It's all good.
Yeah, go ahead and put it in the back chat.
It just did. That's a lot of deer. Damn. You can't tell me they don't sneak one out of there every now and then for their own oven or grill or iron skillet or whatever. Yeah, I changed the profile picture on it, Stanley.
Say that again?
I put his puppy picture on there, and since then he's been killing it.
Right. Oh yeah, I noticed that.
No one else has any puppy pictures. None of the top. Like they all just have pictures of their dog. Then if you go down to the pictures, Stanley, you can see I got him posted at all kinds of age throughout his whole life.
Right.
That's kind of what my photo shoot looks like.
Oh, Fred, yes. As a matter of fact, Fred, you were the reason I've titled that. I haven't listened to Diallo in quite some time. I noticed his latest show is on Kevin Samuels, so I'm going to listen to it either overnight or in the morning. Nothing much is going on. I went through a bunch of news articles, and actually, couple videos you might have been interested in. I'll put them in the Discord. As a matter of fact, one of them I got from the Discord.
Damn, there's a John Galt Discord now? What the hell?
No, it's a Discord, another Discord that I've been on for years at this point. I pulled that education video that Anon posted with that Catherine Burble sing. Um, it was in the education channel. I showed that tonight because it was actually pretty good. At least the 4 segments I showed, and then there was another video. I don't think Fred knows Ben Thorpe, but Ben Thorpe got on there and tried to sound all smart with an atheist podcast, and didn't fare too well, at least in my opinion. Let's see here. Okay, and I'm going to drop the link for Sam Fisher.
Thanks, Stanley. Appreciate that.
No problem.
Did you vote for him yet?
Yes.
Or maybe you don't have a Facebook.
I do have a Facebook. I have no idea what the login for it is. It's all saved.
They're just trying to confirm you're a real person. That's all they're doing. They don't want your password or nothing like that.
Well, let's have a look at it then.
I could win up to 35 grand, Stanley.
Yeah, he told me.
Yeah, and I'm gonna give back dollar for dollar to the John Galt show.
They just log me in with the shoot, I don't remember what the password is.
You might have to reset it and then log back in or something. Like, I didn't remember mine the first time I voted for my dog, so I had to go in and Facebook had to send me an email.
Usually they'll let you do a 2-factor authentication sort of deal.
Yeah, that's what I use. I even have a 3-factor on my Gmail. Once to reset my password, I have to do like an email, a text, and a thumbprint to get in it if I want to reset my password. Yeah, if it frustrates you too much, don't worry about it. And at least you tried. I salute you for that.
Well, I think I've just about figured it out. Ooh, the menace of masculinity. That's even better than a Kevin Samuels show.
Mm.
So I see Diallo's trying not to be gynocentric. Well, I guess they'll send me the code eventually.
Yeah, sometimes it takes a minute. I think it's good for 24 hours though with Facebook, so it's not like you got to do it in 15 seconds or minutes. anything
Well,
like that, right?
I'm waiting on the text.
That's a lot to go through for some people. Appreciate it, Stanley.
No problem. It was too simpish for you. He's a gynocrat. Yeah, well, we can't all be he-men like you, Fred.
Portia has donated like 80 votes so far, well, including the 50 I sent her. But then her and HB donated 20 votes on double vote day. Do they do like two vote days, Stanley, where your one vote counts for two?
I don't keep up with it to the degree that the kids do. Well, let's see.
Salute to Portia and HB and John Gall and Stanley. Hit the like button. Like
Yeah,
and
damn it.
share.
Y'all subscribe to my channel. Subscribe.
Is that anything like Gomer Pyle? Surprise, surprise, surprise.
And what is this all about? Venezuela offers to accept criminals from U.S. for a
Yeah.
fee. So El Salvador wants to be paid for taking their criminals back. Oh wow.
He's
Yeah,
like,
I tell you
okay,
what.
you can send us your degenerates too.
Yeah, you know what?
I wouldn't want to
We're
be in
gonna
an
get
El Salvadorian prison, Stanley.
this is gonna
That
be
would suck.
this is gonna be the a mirth filled 4 years apparently. There's gonna be nothing but mirth and laughter. Ooh.
Well, it's going to be fun roller coasters, Stanley.
All right. Well, let's take a look at these ibexes. I assume they're ibexes or some sort of thingamajig here. I think ibexes have like the twisty horns. This is Namibia, folks. Yeah, Fred. I'm over on we're simulcasting. At some point I'm testing out OBS, which is a kind of streaming software. There's some side projects I'm going to do, like pre-recorded. I'm actually thinking about pre-recording the news, because I do those news articles. I'm thinking I might just start pre-recording them. That way, that's one part that I can just start and stop and then comment on, because it's easier. It's easier for me to pre-record and make any commentary I have to make, and then when I play it live, I don't have to think and type, think and discuss at the same time. These are interesting animals here. Now, I wonder what they're eating. Are they putting food out there too? pretty interesting. I like this Namibia thing. All right, so let's have a look at this New York Times article. Okay, El Salvador's president offers to accept criminals from U.S. for a fee. Secretary of State Marco Rubio praised President Nayib Bukele's unprecedented extraordinary proposal to accept any convicted criminal deported by the U.S. Oh shit! So he's going to do what Rwanda did and just accept, well, similar to what Rwanda did with refugees from England. You pay us, and we'll take anybody. I wonder if we can send actual United States citizens.
Well, if we can send them to Guantanamo, then why not?
Well, it's probably cheaper. President Nayib Bukele of El Salvador offered on Monday to jail convicted criminals deported by the U.S., move that won praise from Secretary of State Marco Rubio, despite questions about whether it is legal or even possible. We have offered the United States of America the opportunity to outsource part of its prison system, Mr. Bukele wrote on X, saying his government was willing to take in convicted criminals, including U.S. citizens, for a fee. The fee would be relatively low for the U.S., but significant for us, making our entire prison system sustainable. Yeah, this is coming off these wheels are coming off the axles. El Salvador was the second stop on Mr. Rubio's first foreign trip as Secretary of State. After meeting with Mr. Bukele on Monday, Mr. Rubio said that he had briefed President Trump on the offer, which he described as unprecedented. Damn Skippy. Mr. Rubio said that El Salvador had proposed jailing undocumented migrants who have been convicted of crimes and deported from the United States. Secretary said Mr. Bukele had offered to also accept convicted criminals who are currently serving their sentences in the United States, even if they are U.S. citizens or legal residents. Damn. State Department later added that Mr. Bukele had agreed to take undocumented migrants from any country, not just El Salvador, that have been convicted of crimes, including members of the MS-13 and Tren de Aragua gangs. Despite the sweeping scope of the offer, which Mr. Rubio described as an act of extraordinary friendship, deporting U.S. citizens would fly in the face of protections that make it illegal in all but the rarest of cases. Yeah, there is a 13th Amendment. While details of the plan are not yet known, it is another example of how the Trump administration is quickly driving home the point to governments in the region that they are either allies or enemies based on their willingness to support him, especially on illegal migration, fentanyl trafficking, and restricting Chinese influence. Mr. Bukele rose to power in 2019 on a promise to rid his country of drugs and gangs, and has since earned adulation across Latin America for bringing down crime in his country. At the same time, he has used emergency powers to mass arrests that critics say have trampled human rights and the rule of law, ensnaring thousands of innocent people. Mr. Bukele said Monday that criminals deported by the United States would go to the terrorism confinement center, a prison built to house 40,000 people. Jeez. Human rights groups have documented extreme overcrowding in El Salvador's prisons, reports of torture by guards. El Salvador signed a similar agreement in 2019 to receive non-Salvadorans detained in the United States, known as a Safe Third Country Agreement. The deal was never implemented because of the COVID pandemic. Mr. Bukele referred to it on Monday, saying his new proposal was more important and of a much broader scope than the agreements made in 2019. Yeah, not a good time to be an illegal in these United States. Yeah, that is a hell of a deal. I don't know though.
I mean, if he wants to take care of American violent convicts cheaper, then why not let him?
I Fred, let's see. I don't know that much about the South American gangs. Is um, the Trinde, um, what is it? Trinde
Awagwa.
de Aragua? That's a Venezuelan gang. I think MS-13 is Mexican, so I don't know that much of a deal. I don't know that much about it. But I don't know. I think it's probably time to go ahead and wrap this up.
Well, they both agreed to let's get rid of fentanyl at all sides of our borders, both Mexico, and then they
Okay, well,
designated.
I think
They
I
just
think what I think what'll
designated
wind up happening.
cartel.
I think what'll wind up happening is fentanyl will be greatly reduced. I don't think you're going to be able to get rid of it altogether.
Mm. And yeah, probably right.
Well, I
There'll
mean,
always be that.
we've got U.S. citizens bringing it across the border.
Well, you'll have them
So,
making it here in their bathtubs, just like men.
I don't know. I don't know. Can you make fentanyl? But I do know that U.S. citizens coming back with it, hidden well enough. Um, and what happens? Apparently, this one case where like a gang member basically said, "Hey, if you don't if you don't become a drug mule, we're going to kill your family." There was shit like
Right.
that going on.
Oh
So
yeah, still is. Then
yeah, so um, I want to hear what the plans are for that. So everybody, please, again, I'm going to drop my link, drop the channel link. Uh, Make sure you subscribe to Stanley's channel. HB, I believe the start time for Gone Trucking is 6 in the morning. So
that's the other backup channel, HB. Can he drop his link, Stanley? He's got a
Well,
channel too.
as far as I know, he doesn't. I have no idea what his channel is. As far as I know, he doesn't even use it these days.
Just YouTube search HB2N,
You can do
HB2N.
you can
He
do all that.
pops right up.
If he wants to do it, he'll do it. I don't know that. I don't know what's going on with his channel. I'd rather him
He
tell
just
me, "Hey,
posted something. He just posted something the other day. It's a
did he?
pretty cool video.
Interesting." I'll have to ask him about that. What was I gonna do? Oh, where am
In
I?
the show,
Yeah, I was gonna drop this. Well, I'll just type it in. All right, it's let's see here. That equals Stanley's channel. Please subscribe. All right, folks. I am going to end this. I appreciate all your time and attention and criticisms and your criticisms weren't all constructive, but they're appreciated anyway. So HBOB here at 6 in the morning, I believe. I should be back tomorrow night, somewhere between 8 and 10. A lot of it depends on how I feel around 8 or 10. 10 actually worked out pretty well for me. A lot of it will depend on what time HB gets started, because if he goes 12 hours, I just wait for his show to end or get close to ending. So y'all have a good morning and be safe.
Yeah. Take
See you
care,
later,
Stan, when I'm out.
Okay, take it easy.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should. Feel like I should go.